Good morning, conference. My name is Margaret Locker and I'm the chairperson of the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee, and I will be chairing today's conference. I would like to welcome everyone to this, the 11th Annual Health and Safety Conference, which is being held on International Workers' Memorial Day, a day when trade unionists and civil society all over the world remember those who have been killed, injured, or made ill at work. It is not only a day to remember those who have tragically lost their lives at work, but also to remember and pay tribute to those workers in many essential jobs who are on the front line in maintaining life as near normal as possible for all of us. They risk infection, their life to keep us all safe. It has been these workers we have depended on to get us through these unprecedented and challenging times. The theme this year is fighting for the fundamental right for safe and healthy work, because that should be every worker's human right, work that won't hurt or kill us. To help us deliver this exciting programme, I am pleased to have with us today an esteemed panel of speakers who bring with them a wealth of knowledge on health and safety issues. I'd like you, conference, to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speakers and panellists. Claire Moore from the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, Professor Siobhan O'Neill, Mental Health Champion for Northern Ireland, Rachel Power, from Action Mental Health, John McShane from McCartan, Turkington and Breen Solicitors, Mark McAllister from the Labour Relations Agency, and Nicola McCracken from the Northern Ireland Safety Group, who has generously stepped in due to the unfortunate that Priscilla Woods was unable to attend today. Janet Newsham from the Greater Manchester Hazard Centre, Brian McAnoy, who is an ICTU tutor, Alison Miller, NIPSA General Secretary, and Brian Smith, NIPSA President. Conference, I'd like you to welcome all these here today. I'm also pleased to announce that the Health Minister, Robin Swan, will be joining us today at 10:45, and he will lead us into the minute silence at 11 o'clock to honour workers who have lost their lives from coronavirus or other work-related illnesses or injuries. I'd like also to extend my gratitude to the Health and Safety Committee. This has been a very busy year for the committee, researching, analysing and evaluating information and producing guidance for reps on the ground. The committee rose to the challenges of COVID-19 and continued to meet regularly throughout the year and produce easings to help reps or to keep reps up to date. I would like to thank the committee for the commitment they have shown in these unprecedented circumstances. And last but not least, I would like to extend our gratitude to all our health and safety reps who have gone the extra mile in ensuring that our members are kept safe and well throughout this pandemic. Now for business conference, our appointment of the scrutineers and election of the Health and Safety Committee. So in accordance with conference resolution number 51, adopted at the 2011 NIPSA conference, we will be conducting an election for the Health and Safety Committee at conference. I am therefore seeking conference's endorsement of the appointment of Geraldine Alexander to act as scrutineer for the conduct of the election. Conference, can you please raise your hand if you're in agreement? Thank you, conference. I would now like to call on Geraldine Alexander to outline the process for the election.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, delegates, Geraldine Alexander, scrutineer, to make an announcement in relation to the election for the Health and Safety Committee. Delegates, can I refer you to the information sent prior to the conference with details of the candidates nominated for election to the Health and Safety Committee. You will note there will be one election for the civil service group seats on the committee. You will also note we received seven nominations for the 8 seats from the public officers group branches. All 7 candidates have therefore been automatically declared elected. The 7 candidates declared elected are Sabine Antal, Siobhan Duncan, Melanie Edmondson, Paul McGurgan, John McKeegan, Catherine McNeil, and Raymond Nelson. This leaves a shortfall of 1, and in accordance with the election procedure, the shortfall shall be filled through the election process to ensure the 16 ordinary seats are filled. That therefore leaves us with an election for the remaining 9 seats to ensure all 16 ordinary seats are filled. So delegates, you will be entitled to vote for up to 9 candidates in the election. Please make sure you select yes for the candidates for whom you wish to cast your vote. Select no in the box against the candidates you do not wish to vote for. And it's important that you enter either yes or no in the box for each candidate. To ensure the ballot is submitted, you must verify your selection and then press the submit button. And if you vote yes for more than 9 candidates or the ballot is not submitted, the ballot will be invalidated. We're going to open the ballot at 10:30 this morning and close it at 12:30 p.m. So that gives delegates 2 hours to enter your choice in terms of candidates, and all the details that I've just communicated to you will be clear within the ballot paper. So it's important that delegates use the election body link that I sent you in the letter on Monday, along with your unique key and password. So there will be a link in that letter that I sent to all delegates on Monday with the election body link in it and your unique key and password. Thank you, Chairperson.
Conference, I would now like to call on Alison Miller to give the opening address to conference. Alison, you're on mute.
Apologies. First of all, many thanks to the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee for inviting me to address this very important health and safety conference. While, as you know, NIPSA normally holds our conference in October, given COVID restrictions and wishing to ensure we had all the issues addressed, including holding the elections that Geraldine has just mentioned for our incoming committee, it was agreed to defer the conference until today, and I wish you well with that conference. Again, I want to thank the Health and Safety Committee for all of their hard work and dedicated work they have undertaken in what has been a very difficult 18 months. And also I want to pay tribute to all our very brave health and safety representatives across all of the NIPSA branches in the work that you have undertaken on a voluntary basis in pursuit of health and safety issues. And I think certainly in this COVID environment, we have all been stretched and have been challenged in relation to those issues. Conference, it's important that on International Workers' Memorial Day, we acknowledge and remember all of those who have lost their lives in workplaces and as a result of the global pandemic. It is frightening to think that in Northern Ireland, 2,143 people have lost their lives to COVID-19, and across the world, we have unfortunately surpassed the 3 million mark, and I'm sure nobody on this conference could fail to be moved by the scenes we have seen over the last week in India, and we send messages of support and solidarity to the trade unions working in India. That means, colleagues, that we have at least 3 million grieving families around the world in the last 15 months. We must acknowledge those lives lost, which have not been able to be properly acknowledged by families and communities because of the correct restrictions on funerals. However, we must also acknowledge and recognise the hard and dedicated work of many of our members and workers in other trade unions who have tirelessly worked in treating thousands of those who have recovered from COVID-19, who maybe have long COVID, but also have held the hands of many of our loved ones who have died in their final hours. And we salute and we acknowledge all of you. 30% of trade union safety reps surveyed by the Hazards Campaign in Manchester said that their employer was not controlling the risks of COVID-19 infection in their workplaces. And following the UK lockdown in England, employers are still not carrying out their legal duty to provide a suitable and sufficient risk assessment, and workers are returning to unsafe workplaces and are at greater risk due to more transmissible and harmful variants. The pandemic has caused the physical and mental health of hundreds of thousands of people across the UK and Ireland, leaving many with life-changing disabilities. COVID-19 isn't the only cause of work-related illness and deaths this year. Every year on the 28th of April, International Workers' Memorial Day, is a day when we remember all of those who have died because of work and just by going to work. In Britain, more than 50,000 people die. Yes, 50,000 people die each year because of current and past exposures to hazardous substances, to chemicals and toxic working conditions, and in work-related incidents. They die in incidents at sea, in air crashes, on the roads, on the railways, and they also die because of work-related suicides. Nearly all these deaths are entirely foreseeable and preventable. Everyone should have the fundamental right to a safe and healthy work. The reality in many countries across the world is that workers' safety and health is not a priority for their employers. In the UK, although we have health and safety laws for decades, many workers' health and safety is still not protected as enforcement has been massively cut and the powers of regulators curtailed by political business-friendly interference. Even before the pandemic, health and safety laws are not ensuring workers' rights to good ventilation, and this is even more important as we potentially walk out of lockdown. To breathe clean air, free from the risk of toxic substances and microbes, just like the COVID virus. Many thousands of workers have died because of exposure to COVID-19 in their workplace, and there's an urgent need for all employers to stop transmission of the virus in their work activities, and risk assessments must be carried out in every workplace to ensure that no further lives are lost as a result of COVID-19 or any other health and safety infractions. If they don't, then workers will become infected. They will infect their family members and people in their community. I want to turn briefly to the issue of the value of trade unions. The Economy Minister Diane Dodds announced on the 19th of April a new piece of legislation, the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021. Well, that's a bit of a mouthful. This extends protections against detriment in health and safety cases to workers in relation to any action they may take to protect themselves or others where they reasonably believe there is a serious and imminent danger in their workplace. This will come into operation on the 31st of May, and at present these protections cover only employees. However, colleagues, the order must be approved by the Northern Ireland Assembly by resolution within 6 months of coming into operation, and therefore that must happen by the 30th of November of this year. The basis of this legislation, and this is the important bit about trade unions, has its origins in a judicial review brought by the Independent Workers' Union of Great Britain against the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions and the Health and Safety Executive in GB. The main element of the judicial review, which was published in November last year, directed that the Health and Safety Framework Directive and the PPE Directive should apply to a wider group of workers, not just employees. NIPSA and the wider trade union movement must, if required, use this forthcoming legislation to ensure that the most vulnerable of workers have the legal protections they need to act to ensure their own safety and the safety of others without fear of suffering detriment for doing the right thing. Conference, I also now wish to turn to the fact that we have 14 low-paid creche workers in Queen's University Belfast creche, just down the road from our NIPSA headquarters building, who have been taking industrial action since the 8th of March 2021, which was International Women's Day. That action continues since that date on what is essentially an abuse of COVID safety to attack and seek to undermine their terms and conditions of employment, which have been in place for over 17 years. Today, conference, that actions moves up a pace, and they will be taking a half-day strike today to protect their terms and conditions and seek to force the employer back to the negotiating table. But colleagues, our members are assured that we are doing everything possible to bring the employer to their senses, stepping away from tacking terms and conditions and using COVID-19 as a fig leaf. If needs be, we will turn to the law to resolve this dispute. We hope that won't be necessary and collective bargaining and a negotiation will resolve the dispute. However, we do already have cases lodged in the Industrial Tribunal on behalf of these members. I therefore send a strong message and a shout out to our 14 brave Queen's creche workers who are taking half-day strike this afternoon and will take a further series of half-day strikes throughout the month of May. I'm sure each and every one of you will join me in sending a strong solidarity message to these workers, and I commend each and every one of them. Colleagues, in closing, I want to finish on this point. On the 28th of April, we remember each year all of those who have died as a result of all types of work. We call their names. We wear forget-me-not ribbons. We remember their families and friends and hold the memory of their lives deep within our hearts. No one, conference, should become ill, be injured or die as a result of work and going to work. No one should suffer the heartache of a loved one killed because their employer didn't control the risks to their health. And conference, as always, we remember the dead and continue to fight for the living. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. And conference, I'd like to say now, as many of you may be aware, Alison has notified members that she will be retiring in September of this year, and this will be her last Health and Safety Conference. We would like to thank Alison for the support that she has given to the Health and Safety Committee, and she has addressed every Health and Safety Conference in her time as General Secretary. We would like to wish Alison a long, healthy and happy retirement.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, so we'd like to move on now, and I'm going to call on Claire Muir, our next speaker. Claire will be happy to take questions at the end of this. So Claire is a member of the Irish Congress of Trade Union. She is an equality officer and has responsibility for a range of issues, including equality and health and safety. Claire acts as Secretariat for the ICTU Health and Safety Committee and undertakes a number of functions, including advising and responding on policy matters, organising health and safety related events, and campaigning to maintain robust health and safety legislation. Claire, if I hand over to you, okay?
Thanks very much, Margaret. Can I extend my thanks to your president, to your chair, Margaret, of course, to Alison, and also to Geraldine for the invitation to join you this morning. I think your Health and Safety Committee is to be strongly and warmly congratulated for holding this event on Workers' Memorial Day. And I think it's really very poignant that this is the second Workers' Memorial Day which we've held virtually. We would normally be gathering together and seeking comfort from each other at the Workers' Memorial Day tree in the grounds of Stormont Estate and laying a wreath there to remember all of those workers and their families who've been bereaved or who've suffered long-term illnesses and debilitation at or because of work. But it's very good to join you virtually, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here. So thanks again. I'm going to be taking some time this morning to talk to you about a survey which the ICTU Health and Safety Committee conducted in December of 2020. And it's, I guess, the first such comprehensive online survey that the ICTU has conducted in Northern Ireland of health and safety reps. And I want to assure you that I'm going to be whizzing through quite a number of slides this morning, but I am very happy to share the slides with you afterwards, and also to let you know that we will be publishing a short report based on the results of the survey, and that will be made available to you as well. So hopefully you won't have to take too many notes on this this morning. If I could just ask for the next slide to be advanced, thanks. Again, I just say that what we very much hope from the Health and Safety Committee is that this survey will become a regular event, and that it will help us to look and map trends in the workplace in relation to health and safety. And it will set a programme of work for the Health and Safety Committee, which will include action and hopefully support to health and safety reps as well. Next slide, please. So what did we ask in relation to health and safety reps? Well, we wanted to know about a number of issues. We wanted to find out about the profile of reps, obviously, their gender, whether they were in the public or private sector, whether they considered themselves, for example, as having a disability. We also wanted to ask about the issue of facility time, how much time they spent being a health and safety rep, and whether they got support in that work from their employer. We also wanted to find out about what they considered the main hazards in their workplace and the management of health and safety, including risk assessments and health and safety policies. Next slide, please. We also asked a range of questions about COVID, and given that the survey covered really sort of 10 months of the pandemic from February 2020 to December 2020, we felt that this was very important. We wanted to know how employers have managed risks and mitigated those risks in relation to COVID. We wanted to find out about preventative measures, what measures had been taken to protect workers, and also how vulnerable workers had or have not been protected in relation to COVID. Next slide, please. The results of these questions. I'm moving on. The profile of the respondents. 153 health and safety reps responded to our survey. And I have to say, for the first online comprehensive survey, we were really very happy with this number, and we hope that it's one on which we can build. I should say that it was quite a long survey, and I think for 153 representatives to take the time to fill in the survey and respond to us, we were very happy with that. The health and safety reps came from 13 affiliated unions across public and private sector. 69% were male, 31% female, and 1% preferred not to say. 13% of the respondents considered themselves to have a disability. Next slide, please. And of those respondents, 84% came from the public sector, 13% from the private sector, and 3% from the not-for-profit or voluntary sector. Next slide. We also wanted to find out about the time off to carry out their health and safety representative duties. 75% of respondents told us that they received paid facility time. However, 19% indicated that they received no paid time off, and 7% said that they didn't know whether they received paid time off or not. And clearly, these figures give us serious pause for concern. We also heard that while 18% were on full-time release and 16% had over 20 hours, the large majority of respondents told us, over a third, indicated that they had only up to 1 hour facility time per week. Again, a concerning statistic. So turning now to the hazards at work. We asked representatives to identify their 5 main workplace safety concerns, and this was excluding COVID-19. And turning to the next slide. Not surprisingly, as you can see from this table, and I don't think it will come as any surprise to any of the representatives here today, that stress was the top issue, with 84% of reps citing stress within their top 5 concerns. Overwork also featured highly, cited by just under half of the representatives, with bullying and harassment and concerns about display screen equipment and harassment, violence, or verbal abuse, and working alone, all considered significant hazards. Next slide, please. Other significant hazards included back strains, infections, slips, trips and falls, repetitive strain injury, and cramped working conditions and high temperatures. And you can see all of the details on these hazards on the report that will be shortly published. There was a large degree of similarity between the answers of reps from the public and private sector in relation to the top 3 hazards. However, respondents from the private sector placed repetitive strain injury and high working temperatures within their top 5 hazards. Next slide, please. And the next one. Almost all of reps, 92%, said that their employer had a written health and safety policy, and this result was consistent across the public and the private sector. And moving on. 80% said that their employer had carried out a formal risk assessment within the last year. However, of these, only under half said that their employer had considered the risks to pregnant women within that risk assessment. And only 13% said that the risk assessment had considered risks to women of menopausal age. And moving on, please. Now, turning to the issue of COVID and safe workplaces, I think we're just pausing there a little minute. The survey asked a range of questions about what action employers were taking to mitigate risks posed by COVID. The majority of reps, 92%, told us that their workplace was open for workers. In other words, either some or all of workers were working from their usual place of work. While a large majority, just moving on please, while a large majority of reps said that their employer had updated their risk assessment to take account of the additional hazards posed by COVID-19, 14% of respondents either didn't know or said that their employer had not updated their risk assessment. And I think that this is a not insignificant number given the circumstances that we found ourselves in during that period. Moving over. More worrying, over a third, 36%, said that there had been no union consultation as part of the COVID risk assessment. And clearly, this is a really very worrying concern for us. Not surprisingly, reps told us that they were busier than ever during this time. Next slide, please. Nearly 3/4 of reps said that they were spending more time performing health and safety functions, while 28% said that they were doing this in their own time outside of their paid employment. And moving on, and a third of reps said that they were spending on average an additional 20 hours per week on their health and safety representative functions. And just pausing there for a little minute, I was struck by Alison's words at the opening address. And I want to just again echo what Alison has said. Workers' Memorial Day is here for us to remember people killed, injured, or who have contracted industrial or work-related injuries or diseases. But we have also been clear as the Irish Congress of Trade Unions that it is also an opportunity to pay tribute, as Alison has said and Margaret said earlier, to pay tribute to health and safety representatives and to trade union health and safety representatives and all trade union activists. And I think that there's no more poignant year than to pause and ensure that we say that very loud and clearly than this year. And I think these results, where we find out that health and safety representatives have been spending up to an additional 20 hours per week during the long months of COVID-19, performing their function as health and safety representatives. So I also want to pay tribute to you and to all trade union health and safety representatives for the work that you've been doing at this time. Okay, moving on. We asked reps to tell us if they were dealing with more cases of mental ill health during the pandemic. We already know from the earlier statistic that reps placed the issue of stress highest in their workplace hazards. Not surprisingly, more than half of respondents indicated that there had been an increase in cases of mental ill health during the COVID-19 pandemic. And many of the comments left by reps related to issues of stress, overwork, and mental ill health, not just for their members, but also for themselves. Moving on, please. Participants who indicated that their workplace was open as usual, and just to remind you, that was 92% of respondents, were asked a series of questions about employer practice in relation to COVID and what preventative measures have been taken to keep the workplace COVID safe. Next slide, please. And we asked reps what the situation was with regards to personal protective equipment, PPE. Only just over the question that we asked reps was, has sufficient and appropriate PPE been provided? Only just over half of respondents said that sufficient and appropriate PPE had always been provided, with 27% saying that it had sometimes been provided, and 7% of respondents saying that sufficient PPE had not been provided. Moving on, please. Fewer than 1 in 3 said that their employer was implementing physical distancing between employees all of the time. And moving on, reps were asked whether their employer had improved ventilation and air circulation within the workplace if required, and only 39% said that this had been done, and nearly a quarter said that had not been done and that it constituted a hazard. Moving on, please. Of the workplaces that remained open, whilst a large majority indicated that hand washing facilities have been improved, a shocking 22% told us that their employer had not improved the intensity or frequency of cleaning in their workplace. And I think that those results are really very telling, because clearly throughout the pandemic, there was very clear public health guidance. There was very clear requirements on employers to do basic things like improve intensity, frequency of cleaning in the workplace, to improve ventilation, to ensure that there was appropriate physical distancing, and to provide appropriate and sufficient PPE. And actually, one of the results that I didn't read out there in relation to PPE, which I think was very telling, is that 10% of respondents said that appropriate and sufficient personal protective equipment was supplied for pregnant women, which was appropriate for pregnant women. Okay, moving on, please. So how did employers deal with cases of COVID-19 in work? Well, there were a large majority of respondents who told us that there were cases of COVID-19 in work. And of those, over half indicated that they were not just isolated incidents, but they were actually significant outbreaks. So we wanted to know what kind of measures the employer had taken in response to these cases. And I won't go through all of the results of this graph, but just to highlight some of them, you can look at them afterwards. 51% of respondents said that their employer had paid occupational sick pay to those ill or self-isolating. 41% indicated that the employer had closed a part or all of the workplace. 36% indicated that the employer had alerted the union to the outbreak. 25% indicated that the cases have been reported to the HSE&I or relevant regulator. And I think you'll agree when only 36% of respondents are indicating that their employer notified the union of the cases of COVID-19, these figures give us serious concern. And again, the percentage of reps indicating that occupational sick pay was paid is also very low and really very worrying. We also wanted to know about, moving on please, about how vulnerable workers were protected during the COVID-19 pandemic. And moving on, we asked a series of questions about pregnant women to begin with. Only 28% of reps told us that additional risk assessments for pregnant women have been undertaken. And a similar percentage indicated that additional mitigations have been put in place. And these additional measures included, for example, being able to work from home, individual risk assessments, and being given alternative duties, redeployed or suspended on full pay. And again, the numbers were really very low. For example, 52% of respondents indicated that employers had enabled working from home for pregnant women. Moving on. We know that instances of domestic abuse rose shockingly during the periods of lockdown and during COVID-19. And we wanted to know whether employers had taken any additional measures to address this. Just over 80% of respondents said that they either didn't know or that their employer had not taken any steps to respond to higher levels of domestic abuse. And only a very small minority said that their employer had taken some steps. And this included, for example, signposting to specialist agencies. And turning now to the issue of Black and minority ethnic workers, we know that BME workers were more at risk in relation to COVID. Only 5% of respondents told us that additional risk assessments or mitigations have been undertaken for BME workers. But I think I must say that there was a large majority of respondents who indicated either that there were no BME workers in their workplace or that they did not know whether their employer had taken additional measures to protect BME workers. We also asked reps to, moving on please, we also asked reps to add any additional comments about their experience of working during COVID-19. And many reps told us that employers were slow to act on public health advice and only did so when pressurized by the union. This, moving on, this is my last slide, and I'm going to finish with a short video, but I felt it was important just to end with the words of some of the reps who left comments. We asked representatives to tell us what they were most proud of during this time. And overwhelmingly, I think this underlined the absolutely crucial role of unions in protecting workers and lives during this period. And these are two of the quotes. The thing I am most proud of is that we as a union made our workplace as COVID secure as possible. We did our best by our members. And another rep told us, I think that because risk assessments took place quickly and where appropriate meant that in reality, we were probably able to save some lives. I am proudest of that. I'm going to end there and just ask for the video, short video, which was made by Congress before the COVID-19 pandemic, but I think still has great relevance, and just ask for that to be played. Thank you very much.
Our unions are many,
but our movement is one.
Demanding equal pay and safe staffing for our communities.
working together in defence of our NHS for all.
The best defence against precariousness
is a well-organised workforce.
We will not pay the price of this Brexit.
We will demand a fair deal for workers.
Our international workers contribute to our society economically,
socially
and culturally.
We're the largest cross-community organisation in Northern Ireland.
Things have to change.
Our voice will be heard.
The government must listen.
When we work together and fight back, we win.
We campaigned for choice, we campaigned for marriage equality, and we continue to campaign for change.
A unionised workplace is a safer workplace.
We bargain and organise to remove barriers, not to erect them.
Working together now
for secure retirement later.
We built the welfare state. It's our NHS,
our emergency services,
our schools, our universities, our colleges.
The best defence for a worker
is a trade union membership card.
Education doesn't end in the classroom. Lifelong learning benefits our class.
Unions stand up for pensioners and people on benefits.
We oppose injustice and oppression at home and abroad.
Because solidarity doesn't stop at the workplace.
We can make technology work for us rather than the other way around.
This is the front line for decent work.
For fair pay.
For our pensions.
Holiday entitlements.
And a justified wage settlement.
one movement,
one loud voice.
They won't divide us.
We will stand together.
our voice,
Our union.
One movement.
Welcome back, conference. I'd now like to welcome Minister Robin Swan, who will give a short address to conference and lead us into the 1 minute silence.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Margaret. Thank you for the kind of invitation to join you today. And I very much welcome the opportunity to speak at your Health and Safety Conference. Today, of course, marks Workers' Memorial Day, a day of commemoration and reflection, recognised across the world in memory of loved ones lost at work. Today is also an opportunity to pay tribute to all those workers across many sectors, some in frontline roles who have been maintaining life as near normal as possible for all of us during the current COVID-19 pandemic, helping to keep all of us safe during this past year. At this point, please accept my apologies as I'm unable to spend the full morning with you due to other diary commitments. But as you well know, health systems and those services that are essential to everyday life across the globe have faced and are continuing to face unprecedented challenges from COVID-19. Here in Northern Ireland, the situation is and has been no different. Over the course of the last year, we have seen some of the biggest challenges our health and social care sector has ever faced. And I'm proud to say that the response from everyone involved has been outstanding. But my thoughts are very much with the loved ones of those who have lost their life because of this pandemic. And it is particularly poignant on Workers' Memorial Day that we remember those health and social care staff and care workers who have tragically died as a result of COVID-19. The impact of the virus has affected every worker, regardless of sector or locality. And as we can see, the SARS-CoV-2 virus retains its capacity to inflict more suffering across the globe. My priority has always been to protect health and social care, to save lives, and to continue to support staff, some of whom have been providing clinical and end-of-life care in exceptionally difficult circumstances over the past 14 months. I've no doubt that many in society and around the world will continue to experience a deep personal, physical, and mental impact of COVID-19 for some considerable time to come. because it's therefore all the more pertinent that your conference today includes a panel discussion on mental health and well-being. The provision of mental health services remains a key priority for me as Minister and my department. And I would like to put on record my gratitude to our health and care workforce for their commitment and professionalism in these challenging times. Staff have been working tirelessly in our hospitals, our care homes, and other settings to keep our community safe. I'm immensely proud of the collective effort across our health and care systems, especially frontline workers whose sacrifice has been great, but also those involved in support roles, including securing PPE supplies, maintaining supplies of critical medicines, including oxygen, and supporting staff as they struggle with their work and family life under the most challenging of circumstances. Their leadership, their expertise, their flexibility, and their experience have been instrumental in our response to COVID-19. Providing care which is consistently safe, high quality, effective, and compassionate is vitally important across our health and social care sectors. Our work must be carried out in a safe and secure environment, and in this context, health and safety representatives continue to play a key role in securing health and safety protections for all workers. Promoting safe policies and practices, highlighting the preventable nature of workplace accidents and in health, and minimising the risk to health and safety as far as practically possible. Work of this nature has been particularly important in seeking to reduce the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The current pandemic has highlighted the importance of personal protective equipment as an essential resource to protect our health and social care staff from infection. At the outset of this pandemic, I gave a commitment to the protection and safety of the frontline staff, and integral to this commitment is and was the availability of PPE. The UK, including Northern Ireland, has increased domestic manufacture of PPE to mitigate against any global shortages that may be expected in the years ahead. And I'm encouraged that a number of contracts have been made with local suppliers for items such as face masks and visors. And work has also begun to investigate sustainable PPE solutions for healthcare, such as the development of reusable PPE where practicable. In keeping our workforce safe, we recognise that we must continue to work to reduce the risks from COVID-19 and SARS-CoV-2. Our health and social care continues to roll out an unprecedented vaccination programme. And the success of this programme is down to the hard work and dedication of the healthcare teams and volunteers working in GP practices, pharmacies and vaccination centres right across Northern Ireland. And it is testament to them that we've surpassed the 1 million vaccine milestone. As a further support and enabler of safe working practices, I should also mention the planned expansion of our asymptomatic testing programme. Assisted workplace tests and collection sites are now available to all organisations employing more than 10 people who cannot work from home. And if that process is simply not appropriate to circumstances, lateral flow devices can be ordered online to enable home testing by some workers. As I'm sure you are all aware, testing continues to be an important weapon in our arsenal to deal with COVID-19. Up to 1 in 3 of those infected show no symptoms and may inadvertently continue to spread the virus. Asymptomatic testing seeks to identify cases early and to break the chains of transmission. An initial analysis has shown that assisted testing provides a much more coherent and accurate set of results than home testing. So workplace assisted testing is being taken forward as the bedrock of our asymptomatic testing programme. But as you will be aware, the reporting of injuries, diseases, and dangerous occurrences regulations places a legal duty on employers to report serious workplace accidents, occupational disease, and dangerous occurrences. Such reports also allow health and safety representatives and enforcing authorities to identify where and how risks arise, and also to establish if there is a need for further investigation. So appropriate control measures can then be put in place to mitigate any risk with a view of providing and maintaining a safe and healthy workplace environment for all. Employers shall, of course, continue to fill their legal duties under existing health and safety law to maintain and protect the physical and mental health, as well as the safety and welfare of their employees and customers. But it's you who play an important role in this area by including ensuring that any other employers or contractors sharing the workplace abide by their legal duties and apply best practice guidelines. Employers should carry out the risk assessments with unions or employees, and any findings should be shared with the workforce. Employers are advised to have regular and meaningful engagement with their employees, recognise trade unions or other representatives about COVID-19 and the particular challenges that this pandemic has posed. These engagements provide additional opportunities to remind everyone about safe working practices and necessary precautions which must be taken. They also provide an important opportunity to share concerns and discuss appropriate actions, and this should ensure appropriate measures are put in place in line with the most up-to-date guidance from the Public Health Agency, and that's to mitigate the risk to employees and others in the workplace. In closing, as we prepare to gradually ease out of the current public health restrictions in Northern Ireland, there will be an added responsibility to exercise caution and vigilance, sticking to public health and safety advice. It is only by doing so that we will protect our health and freedoms in the months ahead. To end this, our COVID-19 pandemic response arrangements will continue to closely monitor the R number, the impact of the virus on our health and care systems, and progress in relation to the continued rollout of our responsibilities. It is therefore fitting, I think, that this topic in regards to the future of COVID-19 and the challenges that it is faced is a fitting topic that will be one of the panel discussions today. And I wish all attendees and panelists a very successful conference. Margaret, I'll hand back to you as we approach 11 o'clock for the minute's silence.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you for attending today. I know that you have a very busy schedule, and it means a lot to us that you were able to attend our conference. And thank you for being here to lead us into the 1 minute silence on this International Workers' Memorial Day. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Minister Swan. I know you can't stay with us, but I would like to thank you very much for making the effort to attend. And I'm sure it is greatly appreciated by families all over Northern Ireland who have been, where this is a day that has memories for them.
No, Margaret, and again, thanks for the invite, and thanks for the support of your members through which has been a very challenging 14 months. And Gail, I think as your trade union colleagues know, just the vital importance that I put in our working relationships that we do have between the Department of Health, our trusts, our health service, and our trade union colleagues as well. So thank you for your continued support and for your continued input on the work that you have done over the past 14 months as well.
Thank you. Claire, I'm going to go back to you. I'm sorry, you sort of like got cut off after your wonderful presentation and the video that you had developed. And I see there's been a lot in the chat, people requesting copies of the video. I think it was very poignant, and I think that it's something that, you know, could, if shared widely enough, brings the point about what being a trade unionist is all about. So Claire, thank you very much for your presentation, and I've said you're willing to distribute that video, and I think that would be very beneficial for our members.
Margaret, it's my pleasure, and I'm delighted to do that. I agree with you. I think sometimes a video and the words of trade union members speak very, very powerfully. So thanks again for the invitation, and good luck for the rest of the day. It's a great programme. Well done. Okay,
thank you. Okay, we're going to take a wee short break here. Can I just ask, see anybody who has their hand up? It's just, we're after our wee tea break, we're going to move into a panel session. It's just that your hands have been up for a while, and I know that it probably doesn't indicate that you're looking to speak. It's just that to make it sure that we know who actually wants to speak at the panel session. Jane, you're the last tram. Right, okay. So if we could see it all back then about 11:15, and don't forget that the ballot is open. You need to go in through the link on the invitation that was sent to you on Monday and enter the key and the passcode to get into your voting paper. Okay, if anybody wants to do that over tea break. So start back sharply about 11:15, okay? Welcome back, conference. Okay. So I'd like to start the commencement of our first panel session for today. And the first panel session will be on mental health and well-being in a changing world. And I'm going to hand over now to John McKeegan, who's going to chair this session for us. Can I hand over to you, John?
Good morning, Margaret. Yes, my name is John McKeegan, and I'm the Vice Chair on the Health and Safety Committee, and I'm chairing the first panel debate. The purpose of the two panel sessions today is to address some of the key issues relating to the topic. This is to provide health and safety reps with the knowledge and tools to support members and to deal with collective issues at branch level. This particular panel debate deals with mental health and well-being in a changing world and should roughly run from 11:15 until 12:30. Each panelist will speak for about 10 minutes, and there are 4 panelists in this session. Following the panelists, there will be a question and answer section, and delegates would ask that you would wait until the panelists would finish speaking before you ask your questions. There may be a slight delay when we move from the speaker from delegate to panelist. Speakers should turn on their cameras if they're happy to do so, and unmute when they're called to speak. So the 4 panelists are Professor Siobhan O'Neill, the Mental Health Champion for Northern Ireland, Rachel Power, Action Mental Health, John McShane from McCarthy, Turner and Breen Solicitors, and Margaret Loughran, Chairperson of the Health and Safety Committee. And the first speaker is that I'd like to speak is Professor Siobhan O'Neill. She's the Mental Health Champion for Northern Ireland. And Siobhan is on a mission as a mental health champion to improve the mental health of people of Northern Ireland by promoting evidence-based services and care for those who suffer from mental health illnesses and suicidal thoughts. So can I, on behalf of the Health and Safety Committee, can I welcome Professor Siobhan O'Neill? Thank you.
Hello, hi. Can everybody hear me? Yes, John. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just sometimes these headphones aren't great. So it's lovely to be here this morning, and thanks for this opportunity. I'm going to just share my slides now, and this is a slightly different presentation from the one that I usually do. So hopefully those of you who've seen me before, this will be new for you. I've been the interim mental health champion since last August, and part of my role is to promote mental health and well-being throughout the population and across the different government departments. And of course, one of the big difficulties that we've had over the past year has been the pandemic. So that's one of the biggest mental health challenges I think that we're going to face over the next couple of years. So I'm going to speak for a wee minute about the impact of that. I think it's important to remember that for most of us, particularly most adults, most of us will not develop mental illness as a result of the pandemic and the restrictions. And many people are actually doing better during this time. All of the research consistently shows that about 10% of the population are actually finding that the pandemic has helped them in many ways, and they've reconnected with friends and family in a way that they haven't before, and they've been spared the commute to the office and found new ways of working and going about their lives that are actually quite positive. So I suppose that's good. But for the rest of us, the pandemic has been a stressor, and being separated from our friends and loved ones and not being able to go to our usual workplace for many of us, that has been really difficult. And there are some population groups that are at really high risk of mental health problems at this time. And we know the children and young people, because the brain develops, particularly in the first few years of life, the brain's developing and adjusting, and those stress response patterns and pathways are being shaped at that stage. So being separated, being out of school, away from that structure, has been really difficult for children and young people, and that in and of itself makes them much more anxious. And then particularly special needs, children with special needs who've been denied their interventions, at these critical periods of development. Again, that could have a lifelong impact for them. Young people need to connect with their peers. They need that for their social and emotional development. So keeping them apart from their peers has been detrimental to their mental health. Most of them will be fine, but we need to spend time to reconnect and support emotional regulation so that they can get away from that heightened state of anxiety that we're finding that up to 1 in 3, certainly 1 in 3 teenage girls would have emotional and mental health symptoms of anxiety based on the latest research. So that's very worrying. Any of us who were struggling to juggle multiple roles during the pandemic were also hit hard with the stress of that. So women, particularly children at home, carers, all of those groups are demonstrating higher levels of symptoms of mental illness. People with pre-existing mental and physical health problems, again, have been hit hard during this pandemic through the closure of particular services, delays in diagnosis, lack of access to treatments, and separation from the group support that they would have otherwise had. So again, we're seeing higher levels of mental health problems in those groups. People who are living in poverty and on low income, again, more detrimentally affected. Lots of people lost their jobs, and that was very difficult. And people who were in low incomes who couldn't access digital technology to link with others also found it very difficult. And then people, at the start of the pandemic, people who were living alone and people who were lonely or weren't having it was almost like everybody was sharing that experience. So, but over the period of the pandemic, their mental health got worse. So we see a deterioration over time there in that group. And then finally, healthcare workers who were working on the front line and coping with the stress and pressure of the health service response to the infection rates in the pandemic. Again, we're seeing high rates of mental health problems in healthcare workers. And another group that should actually be added to that are the people who've been infected with COVID, particularly people who've been hospitalized, and we're seeing really high high rates of mental health and cognitive symptoms associated with long COVID. And we're still trying to understand the impact of that and how that should be best treated. And I think when we talk about the mental health crisis that's coming on the tail of COVID, that's actually the group that we need to be more concerned about, rather than those who've experienced lockdown per se. So that group and young people, children and young people, I'm really worried about the mental health impacts there. So what we've been doing through the pandemic is emphasising a very positive message around self-care and how to look after your well-being so that you don't slip into mental health problems, recognising that this is a period of significant stress, and that stress continues as we emerge out of lockdown. But there's ways that we can help ourselves so that we can get through that, so our mental health doesn't deteriorate during this time. So connecting with others is crucial. We are pack animals. We're designed to live in groups, and we feel safe in groups, and we need that face-to-face contact in order to feel safe, because our brains are wired to work together. So we're tuned into other people's subtle responses. When someone else is feeling unsafe, that transmits to us. So isolation is not a natural state. So we need to connect, albeit online and in a separate way, by adhering to social distancing, because we don't want to get infected because of the impact of that, obviously. Staying active, physical activity is one of the most powerful and important things that you can do to protect your mental health and well-being. The body and brain are, of course, connected. It's all part of the same physiological process. So by staying active and by being active, even increasing our physical activity a little bit, really helps our mental health and helps get us away from those stressed out feelings and get rid of those stress chemicals that, after all, are programming us to fight or run away. So the others are take notice, keep learning and give back, so that we can try and find meaning in this time, and we can try and grow, and we can feel good about ourselves. And taking notice is about distracting ourselves away from our own thoughts, immersing us in something and making us recognize that we have control over our own thoughts, which is the basis of mindfulness, and why it's so important. It gives us that control over the thoughts, and after all, it's how we think about our lives that cause situations of stress for us. One of the most important things I've been doing during this time is progressing the mental health strategy and liaising with different groups on the strategy. The draft one was published in December, and the final one will be published in July. And this is a strategy to transform mental health services, to really revolutionize the support that's available and make sure that everybody gets the right sort of support at the right time. So there's early intervention actions in there, there's treatments, services for particular groups, and then also there's new ways of working. And one of the things I wanted to use this time to talk about was digital mental health, because this is action 13 of the mental health strategy, a comprehensive digital mental health model for Northern Ireland. I think this is really important, and it's been lost in the middle of all of those other actions. And this really is the way forward, as far as I'm concerned. So the provision of mental health services digitally, and using all the devices that we have to increase our access and availability of mental health services. However, there is a lot of resistance to this, completely the opposite of resilience, resistance. There's a lot of opposition because it's felt to be impersonal and antisocial, but we must recognise that digitally is now how many people choose to communicate, particularly the next generation. So not to offer mental health services using digital platforms would be to actually rule out a whole group. And when we talk to young people, and we've been doing that through a Future Minds project I've been involved in over the past year as well, young people tell us that they want to use their devices to support their mental health and well-being. It can also support marginalised and vulnerable young people and people who feel excluded or feel that they don't want to come to the traditional mental health services or go to their GP practices for whatever sorts of reasons. And young people, again, tell us they prefer community settings, and there's often things that they feel are stigmatised that they want to talk about that affects their mental health that they can't in the traditional settings. The early mental health treatments were psychoeducational, providing information only, and I mean that is not the main direction of travel. Whilst that's helpful, it's much more sophisticated than that, and it's more than just providing the online presentation of therapies. Again, they tend to work if people engage with them, but we need that personal contact as well. So it's usually a blended approach, and we're trialing a program in our universities now where we have peer supporters working alongside the online provision to support the uptake. So engagement is crucial. These things can improve mental health inequalities. People can discuss very sensitive issues using chatbots and robots, and they sometimes prefer that. And it may remove access. It may remove barriers to access, such as stigma, and it can help support particular groups of people with physical health problems, chronic conditions, and disabilities to connect with mental health services at a distance. So what we're suggesting in terms of this action and the strategies that we use digital technology at every step, and again emphasising that this is much broader than telephone or online counselling. It's about information and education. It's about the in-service use of technology, booking your appointment to suit your diary yourself. It's about using online resources. It's about complementing treatment. So psychoeducation, ecological momentary assessment, where we use our devices to monitor things like our heart rate, our engagement with others, our steps. All of those things can actually give us really rich information about the things that we are doing that influence our mental health, and we can collect information that way about our mood and understand better how our mood changes throughout the day and the week and the things that impact on that. So it's very, very useful in that therapeutic context. There's also suicide prevention treatments that are safety planner treatments that are really effective, that they can be delivered and used using a smartphone too. There's games that we can use to improve knowledge and also to embed treatments for mental health problems. So those gaming activities can actually serve to reprogram the brain away from particularly difficult behaviours. So I'm going to leave it with, whoops, we've got a lot of wee slides we didn't get to cover in the 10 minutes. So how should we move forward? I think we need a shared understanding of mental health and illness, and the role of technology and the role of non-pharmacological interventions generally, which includes the talking therapy. And we need to include people with lived experience in that. And we need to also emphasize recovery as the outcome and what that means for people and how we can use different ways to progress people towards a recovery in their own definition of recovery. So I'm going to leave it there, and hopefully I haven't gone too far over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor O'Neill. It certainly is important that we look out for ourselves and for each other, and even more so to have an understanding of mental health illnesses. And we're very privileged to have you here today. So thank you very much for that. And we'll enjoy, hopefully, some questions that may come from the delegates. I must apologise for being out of breath at the beginning of this session. I'd gone for a glass of water, and my watch, I think, was maybe a couple of minutes behind everybody else. So thankfully I got my breath back. So I will move on to the next panelist, and this is Rachel Power from Action Mental Health. Rachel began her career as a teacher, but has moved into education roles within the charity voluntary sector. And outside of work, Rachel is an advocate for mental health and hosts a podcast called "And How Did That Make You Feel?", where she interviews guests about their experiences in therapy and counselling to try and normalise talking openly about mental health. So you're very welcome today, Rachel, and thank you very much for attending. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm delighted to be here this morning talking about this really important issue of mental health and well-being through the period of change that we've all been going through. And AMH Works, which I'm the manager of, we offer support and training for organisations to really ensure that they are looking after the mental health and well-being of their employees. And really from a work point of view, the last year, we've all gone through periods of change in the last year with regards to our work, where we're working, working by ourselves, working from home. And not everybody has had the same experience of working from home. I'm sure a lot of you have either spent some time working from home, you might still be working from home like I am. And some people have really enjoyed the flexibility, quieter workspace, no commute, and it gives them a better work-life balance. But for other people, it's been really isolating, really lonely. They maybe don't have an appropriate place to work, and they have really struggled working from home. And as we're going now into this period of transition, another change of seeing shops and offices and communities opening back up again, we want to be mindful of our employees that they might be having conflicting emotions about this, of feeling really excited to get back into the office, but also a bit fearful, some anxiety around, is it going to be safe? Am I going to be able to commute safely? Am I going to find it really overwhelming to be back in the office after maybe being at home for the guts of a year? But we can really hold those two conflicting emotions at the same time. We can feel both of those feelings at the same time. It's not one thing or the other, but we're really hoping that organisations will be mindful of how their employees will be feeling through this period, and really work with employees through this process of what is working going to look like now. Is it going to be blended? Are we going to be able to have working from home and back in the office? And yeah, this is going to be another period of change that will have a big impact on employees' health and well-being. Because we as humans, we love certainty. We want to know exactly what is going on. We want to set date for when we can return to the office and what that's going to look like and how that's going to go. And because we crave knowing that certainty to give us some security and some control, or some sense of control. And certainly over the last year, 14 months, there has been no certainty, and that's really meant that we have had to draw on our stores of resilience, that we have had to draw on our stores of coping mechanisms. And now 12-14 months on, you may be finding that your employees and colleagues, their stores are depleted, that they're maybe running on empty, that some people are maybe feeling on the edge of being burnt out. And again, we're hoping that organisations will take that into consideration through these next few months. Because none of us have had this experience before. None of us have experienced a pandemic before. None of us have experienced a transition period out of a pandemic. And we just really don't know, as Siobhan was saying, the mental health crisis that might come that probably will come on the tail of this. We just don't know how that's going to what that's going to look like, and how that's going to affect specifically employees within your organisations. The CIPD, way back before these unprecedented times began, released their health and wellbeing findings from their survey at the beginning of January 2020. And I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with the statistics and the information that they found. But just to draw out a few statistics, so 59% of long-term absences was due to mental ill health, and that didn't take into consideration presenteeism. So that really is gives a good cause for why organisations should be investing in the mental health and wellbeing of their employees. And with regards to presenteeism, we've seen long-term absences reduce over the last year, but we've seen presenteeism increase. People feeling that they aren't justified to take time off when they're ill, because sure, I'm working from home, sure, my laptop's just over there. We're feeling pressurised. Oh, I have so much to do. Working longer hours because they're working from home. And with regards to that same survey, another interesting statistic was 60% of respondents said that they had seen an increase in common mental ill health conditions among employees. So we can see when our team members, when our employees, when our colleagues aren't quite themselves, when there's been a change, when they haven't maybe been engaging in team meetings like they used to. Maybe we've seen their accuracy rate decrease or their productivity decrease. We can see physically, maybe they just look exhausted, or we can tell that they're becoming more withdrawn. Even over Zoom, good old Zoom, we can still see these things. And it can be really difficult to then ask, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Because we're worried that we'll say the wrong thing. We're worried that we'll upset them. We're worried that it's just going to be a very awkward and very uncomfortable conversation. But if we are seeing these changes within a work context, then it becomes comes under the organisation's duty of care to to ask the person, how are you feeling? What's going on? Is there anything we can do to help and support? And it might be an awkward and uncomfortable, difficult conversation, but the person is going to feel really appreciated by the organisation, really validated by the organisation, and really seen that somebody has noticed that there has been a shift or a change, and that they have asked and that they are concerned and interested and want the best for them. So again, we're really hoping that organisations in the next few months, when we may see a big increase in people, line managers having to have these types of conversations, we're really hoping that organisations will recognise that they need to upskill and train line managers and staff to help them navigate their way through these conversations a bit better. And again, that's something that AMH Works can provide some training and support around. Whenever we introduce a new programme or a new way of working, we always train our staff and ensure that they know what they're doing before they get stuck into it. And it's the same around mental health and wellbeing. It's really good to consider upskilling your staff and making sure that they feel empowered and able to have these conversations. Very often, it's much easier to talk about physical illness. We all have a shared language, a shared understanding, shared connections around physical ill health. So when somebody says, I was off last week because I had a cold or the flu or a migraine, or I need some time off because I'm having surgery or broken my leg, we understand what that means. And we have a shared language that enables us to talk about that with our colleagues or our line manager. But it's not quite the same in some cases around mental health. Some people feel that there still is a real stigma around speaking openly about their mental health, that they're not comfortable to bring this up with their line manager. Concerns around, does that mean I'll get bypassed for the next promotion? I'll not get added to the next team or the next project because I've spoken to my line manager about my mental health. So we're really hoping that organisations will look at, well, how can we make sure that our staff can all have this shared language around mental health? And a really easy way to do that is for some mental health awareness training, so that people know, well, what actually is mental health? What is mental ill health? The spectrum of how we all have mental health, and some days it's good and some days it's not as good. So to really bring in that shared understanding amongst the whole organisation, that goes a long way to help create a really positive culture around mental health within the work context. And obviously, creating this positive culture doesn't happen overnight. It takes investment of time and resources, but such a good investment into your employees. And we are really hoping that not only does it get to the point that staff feel comfortable speaking to line managers about their mental health, maybe they do need some reasonable adjustments, maybe they want to look at change in working patterns or a change in their workload. But we're also hoping that the organisational culture again will change so that people feel comfortable sharing with their colleagues over a tea break at lunch, during lunchtime, that there is more of an openness to conversations related to mental health. And so as we're continuing this period of change and transition into this new normal we keep hearing about, AMH Works, we're really encouraged to see that organisations are accessing and using our training and support to help build this positive culture relating to mental health. And that's from the strategic policy level, making sure or considering what is the mental health policy for our organisation, making sure that's implemented, but then also really practical aspects of training mental health first aiders and making sure that they're across all departments, investing in wellbeing activities for staff, investing in mental health training for staff, And we at MH Works, we're delighted that we can provide support and training and be able to work with organisations to help us all come through this next period of change.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for your presentation. Yeah, I suppose as things begin to open up now and staff begin returning to work from homework, and some may continue to homework, it's all different experiences and it all impacts differently on people's mental health. The importance of communication, well, for me, it highlights how important NIPSA representatives are, and what the NIPSA role, where our members can come and have someone to talk to, and perhaps give a little bit of direction in relation to being more open with the manager, discussing issues with the manager without being fear of reprisals, because I think there's still that little bit of fear there, where people are unsure as to how, if they open up about an underlying illness, particularly mental health illness, how they'll be viewed. But I certainly hope it opens delegates' minds, maybe in relation to questions that they may be considering answering. And Geraldine has reminded me there that you can, following the presentations by each of the panelist members, that the delegates can raise their hand or ask a question through the chat. So that's in preparation following the next two speakers. So thank you again, Rachel, and I'll move to the next speaker, and that's John McShane from MTB Solicitors. John's a fairly familiar face at NIPSA conferences, and he probably doesn't need much of an introduction. People will maybe recognise you, but for those that here attending today that don't recognise you, John, you're a specialist in employment law matters, and you act on behalf of complainants, employers, trade unions, charities and consultancy law providers. And you're a recommended lawyer in the prestigious Legal 500 UK 2015 edition. So very good. So you're very expert in your field. So hopefully you can pass on a few snippets today for our members attending. So thank you.
No problem. Well, first of all, John, I'd like to say thank you very much for the kind invitation to attend this morning. I would say that the notes from this lecture are going to be distributed to the delegates by Geraldine after I speak. So it is just to give you a very quick overview of the protections available under the law in relation to mental health, personal injury type cases, and also from an employment tribunal framework, what the protections to avail there are also. So I'd just like to make sure that those points are going to, the lecture notes will be circulated by Geraldine. So what I'd want to do is basically start off by effectively dealing with essentially the cliff notes of these lecture notes. Essentially, if people could just write down the following words, because they are a very, very quick summary of where the law stands. In relation to stress at work cases, basically, if you type down or write down stress at work dash foreseeability, it's those three words will put across a very quick summation of what the law is in respect to stress at work actions. And if you also then write down underneath that harassment and write down vicarious liability or no foreseeability. So it's those words, if they could be wrote down for everybody at the outset, because those are effectively the cliff notes. I find that when you go through a dense lecture with this kind of is in a very quick manner, that the ability to recollect everything I'm going to talk about is somewhat affected by the quick process I'm going to go through this. But if you write down those notes at the outset, those are going to be the cliff notes of what I'm going to speak about. So again, I'm going to repeat myself, is stress at work foreseeability, and underneath that, if you write down harassment, vicarious liability / no foreseeability. So I'm going to break this down into three different headings. There's the internal statutory, the contractual procedures, there's the civil remedies, and there's employment law remedies. Those are effectively the three courses that you go down. In relation to stress at work, the principles of a stress at work case have been set out in a case called Hatton against Sutherland, which was confirmed by the House of Lords in a case called Barber. Harassment, which is the separate cause of action, is basically under a piece of legislation called the Protection from Harassment Northern Ireland Order 1997. This act was initially in its contemplation to deal with stalking type cases. What happened is case law expanded that to include scenarios that it might otherwise be categorised as harassment. So effectively in harassment cases, you don't have to prove foreseeability because the employer is vicariously liable for the acts of harassment of its employees. But in respect to stress at work actions, what you have to do before the court is prove the foreseeability, that is the employer recognised that either its actions or omissions to act were going to cause psychiatric injury. In relation to the principles for stress at work action, there must be actual physical psychiatric injury. Anger, humiliation, upset, embarrassment do not amount to an injury. Psychiatric evidence confirming a medical diagnosis is essential. The threshold question is whether a particular type of harm and injury to health is attributable to the stress to a particular employee that was reasonably foreseeable. Foreseeability relates to what the employer knew or ought to have known about the employee's propensity to suffer a psychiatric illness. So again, I keep repeating the word foreseeability. Because of its nature, a mental disorder is harder to see than a physical injury. However, it may be easier to perceive an individual with a relevant medical history than in the population at large. I think Rachel talked about the shared language, that it's very important to put across, to not be afraid to put across the circumstances that you find yourself in that are affecting your mental well-being. But if you don't use terminology that is putting across that there is potentially the psychiatric impact of either the employer's actions or omissions to act, then the court won't find the employer liable. What you have to actually do is communicate that it is having a psychiatric impact upon you. Because if we return back to the point I had a few minutes ago, which was anger, humiliating, upset, and embarrassment will not be recognised by the court as being amounting to a psychiatric injury. And the foreseeability of psychiatric injury, it's what's required by the court in order to establish liability against that employer. Stress at work is the factors which have been held to be relevant in answering the threshold question are as follows, which is meeting the foreseeability threshold, the nature and extent of work undertaken by that employee, and signs for that employee of impending harm to health. Now, what the court expects the employers to be generally entitled to take what is told by the employee at face value. So if you go to your employer and say, I'm coping, I'm okay, it's hard work, but I'm managing it, then you're not relaying the circumstances as affecting upon that is impacting upon you. If you don't communicate in that, in quotes, shared language that Rachel was talking about of the circumstances that you're in, that it is impacting upon your psychiatric well-being, then effectively the employer will not be found liable in respect of a personal injury stress at work action. So the notes then go on to a fair wee bit in terms of the lecture notes, that is, in terms of outlining a couple of different summaries in the leading case of Hatton v Sutherland. Again, because I'm limited in time, the notes will be available for people to have to consider, and maybe if you're reading them late at night will assist you in going to sleep. But they are quite a good summary of where the law stands at the moment. So to underline what I said at the outset, in relation to stress at work action, what you have to prove is the foreseeability of psychiatric injury, not stress, not anxiety, not feeling well or not able to cope. What the court has to be satisfied is the employer was aware of the foreseeability of psychiatric injury being caused. Now, where that differs in relation to the harassment type claims, basically harassment type claims allow you to circumvent the foreseeability element, because what the employer is liable is vicariously liable. That means the employer is liable for the acts of its employees. And the position will be that if you prove a course of conduct that is serious misconduct. So to put that in another way, there's a quote that I have also included within notes of a case called Hammond, which humiliating, degrading and upsetting treatment will not necessarily be in breach of the Protection from Harassment Order 1997. So what that means in law is effectively I can get away with low-level harassment or bullying of an individual, so long as it's not serious misconduct. And to put that in a context, when I talked about at the start that the Protection from Harassment Order was created to effectively deal with stalking type cases, then what that was kind of communicating is it's also giving rise to criminal liability. So unless you've got a threshold that's met, that the course of conduct of harassment is something that will be criminally prosecuted, you're not coming up to the level which the court recognises as giving rise to civil claim for harassment. So the point is it has an equivalence level. If you have something that you're complaining about that's harassment, but effectively humiliating, degrading and upsetting, that doesn't fill the threshold that the court requires. the court requires a course of conduct that is serious misconduct that would effectively give rise to a parallel line, effectively, of a criminal prosecution of that individual. So that effectively is the two cliff note bits that I talked about at the outset in relation to the foreseeability element for a stress at work case, but in relation to harassment, you're allowed to pursue a claim on the precarious liability, but as long as you meet the threshold question, which the conduct is serious misconduct. So those are the 2 points, but to come back to what Rachel was talking about is that shared language. If you don't communicate in a manner that the court says you do, which is communicating the threshold being met for a personal injury case for stress at work at a level that is establishing the psychiatric injury that potentially being caused, then that's what is necessary to be communicated. I think John spoke about a fear of being able to raise that with line management. But the point is, if you're in that circumstances that you are having an impact upon your mental well-being, the two choices are you don't raise it, and then you suffer further and potentially have a psychiatric impact, but then have no case, or you raise it with them to resolve the matter, and then who cares if you've got a case, because you're in a better place from a mental health point of view. But it's offering the employer the opportunity to correct either its act or omissions to act to put you in a better place. It is just simply putting in step the building blocks that if the employer doesn't address the situation properly, then effectively there's going to be a cause of action that is able to be pursued. Now, the other notes that I went into that are very brief notes at the very conclusion of this are essentially dealing with harassment in another framework, which is harassment covered under the employment law legislation in relation to protected characteristics. So that would be sex, religion, politics, those types of discrimination. There's no threshold question for that to be a serious criminal liability to give rise to an harassment claim if the harassment is originating from one of those protected characteristics. And in those circumstances, there's a case law that allows it to be broken up into different bandings, a lower band, a middle band, and a higher band. In respect to the bandings, it's £900 to £9,000 in relation to low-level stuff, £9,000 to £27,000 in relation to mid-band stuff, and £27,000 to £45,000 in relation to serious acts of harassment that have an origin in relation to sex, religion, politics, or somewhat. As a concluding bit, and again, it's just where things have developed in the last year, is essentially there's also protection for people in relation to under Article 68 of the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order, which effectively protects people who effectively are raising concerns in relation to COVID, in relation to the pandemic. That is just an add-in, as I wanted to bring it clear to people that effectively, if you're in a position where you've got legitimate concerns that are being raised but not being listened to by management, if you then find yourself that you're in a position where you're being detrimentally treated as a consequence of raising these concerns, albeit those concerns have to be both reasonable and genuine, then there's a protection under Article 68(1) of the Employment Rights Order, which effectively allows you to be prevented from being treated in a detrimental fashion because you're raising health and safety concerns. Now, the point in relation to that, it's not a trade union right, it's an individual right. So effectively members have to make a decision that I have reasonable concerns, I'm raising these concerns. It's not a position that a NIPSA official can take a stance on whether they advocate in favour of. It has to be for the member to make that decision. So again, the notes are pretty comprehensive in everything that I've talked about this morning, but what I want to do is come back to the Cliff Notes section, because bluntly, I've talked about at a fair rate of pace. It's a scenario where I want people to have, coming away from this presentation, the shortest version that I can impart to everybody, to let them know that if they are in a position where 3 or 4 months from now, what was that John talking about? I can't remember, but I remember something to do in relation to stress at work, foreseeability, and I remember something to do in relation to harassment that you don't have to prove foreseeability, it's vicarious liability. If anything to take away from today's presentation, it's that effectively Cliff Notes section. Again, to repeat myself, in relation to stress at work, you have to prove the foreseeability of psychiatric injury, and in relation to harassment, you don't have to prove foreseeability, but the conduct has to be serious misconduct that effectively gives rise to almost a criminal liability for that person to be able to have a civil case for the harassment of themselves. So hopefully, John, that's a very rapid presentation in terms of the protections of the law for stress at work, harassment, and a few of the bits and pieces at the tail end.
Thank you very much for that, John. And again, thank you on behalf of the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee for attending our annual conference today. Your presentation has fell neatly into what Professor O'Neill and Rachel Parr have been discussing. Professor O'Neill mentioned self-care, the importance of looking out for ourselves and looking after each other. And Rachel has discussed about communication. And again, then you've come in then and followed it up with, look, here's how the law protects you as well. But I think the first thing is to look after, you must look after yourself. And if work is causing harm and could lead to a psychiatric injury, I mean, there's an occupational health service there that people can avail of, and there's Inspire. I know in my organisation, you can avail of counselling sessions, but it's very important to be represented. So, and it is important to, be in touch with your NIPSA colleagues and seeking advice. And if there is to be legal redress, then that there is access then to your services. So thank you very much for that, John. And I see there's some questions coming in early, so we'll keep those until Margaret has an opportunity for her presentation. So we'll be speaking shortly, John. So I'll lead on now to Margaret. Margaret Loughran. She's the next speaker, and for those of you that don't know Margaret's been chair of the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee for the past 5 years, and has been an active health and safety rep for more than 20 years. Margaret organises and chairs working groups within the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee, and this is to produce regular e-zines and our Spotlight magazine. And Margaret does a lot of work here. Margaret regularly writes articles for both of these editions and has delivered health and safety seminars, both standalone events and at conference. And Margaret has dedicated her career to the pursuit of safe working environments for all. So thank you, Margaret, and thank you for in advance of your presentation today, and what you're currently doing within the Health and Safety Committee. So without further discussion, I'll let you lead off there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, so unlike the rest of the presenters today, I'm going to maybe do this from a different angle. Many people who know me know that I have consistently over the years advocated for the principles of prevention to be applied in workplaces, and that this is best served to our members through the risk assessment process by identifying factors that maybe have the potential to cause mental ill health, and that in doing so, then they could put in place adequate controls to ensure that our members don't suffer from mental ill health. But in this seminar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at a case study that I dealt with regarding somebody who had suffered severe mental ill health, although not caused by the workplace. But in previous years, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to actually return to work. And this is the actions that were taken to enable that person with a severe mental ill health problem to actually return to the workplace. The person had suffered from psychosis for a number of years and then had a full psychotic breakdown. And during the normal interventions for managing attendance, they had indicated that they would like to return to the workplace. And in order to do that, there needed to be a level of receptive behaviours from management. And through negotiation and engagement, we were able to then take that forward and propose to them that this person maybe should be able to be returned to work, and how then we would put in place measures to protect them while they were in the workplace and enable them then to get established back into a regular work routine. So the normal welfare services and Inspire and whatever were not available to this person because they were in a very specific mental health program that was led by consultants and a regular psychiatric intervention team. So they had advised us of all the interventions that were currently in place. And we looked at then how then could we use those intervention services and also support this person coming back into the workplace. So they had agreed then that we could contact their current support services, which we did, and we took advice from them just how to manage it. And it's a difficult situation because, you know, health and safety reps are very much on the ground and they try to manage all sorts of situations. And this situation had to be managed slightly differently in that you had to know when to stand away and let the other support services take over. So there was engagement established with their support workers. They advised us of how they felt it could be managed. So they would need probably regular intervention and on the initial return to work. They would need measures put in place to indicate if they were in a crisis situation. And then we needed contact details then so that we could then hand off then to their normal support services. So all this information then was collated, brought together, and we set up then how then this could be managed in the workplace. And we then set a time scale of how this would be done. So initially they came back on a phased return and how we would manage it over that period of time until they were able to get to the point. So what we did was we set up a checkpoint meeting. So we would have set a checkpoint meeting up each morning on the initial part of the return. And we established confidence. So I acted as their health and safety rep, their line manager, and they chose then another person in the workplace who was aware of their condition and who they trusted to intercede in an emergency situation. This was all agreed, it was all put down, everything was finalized, and it was, you know, confidentiality was established. No one else outside, you know, was to be made aware, and there was backup put into place from family and the support services to ensure that confidentiality was maintained. Initially, when they returned to work, we did the checkpoint meetings on a daily basis. And then we also put in place, so sometimes people with very severe mental health issues don't know how to actually go and actually say, I'm having a real crisis here. So what we did was we set up if they were in a crisis situation, they would text one of us with ICE, which is the ICE in case of an emergency. And then we would know that there was a situation, and we would be able then to intercede and contact support services as required. So everything went ahead and they came back to work, and we did our checkpoint meetings on a daily basis. After a few weeks, then we moved them to every other day. And in the first few weeks, everything appeared to be going, you know, quite well. And then there was a situation where they needed some sort of intervention, and we were able to do that and hand off to their support services. But it didn't actually prevent them from coming to work the next day. And we continued that within a few months. Then the checkpoint meetings were only really required on a weekly basis. And eventually, after 12 months of maintaining themselves in the workplace, it was stood down, and they were then just, if a situation arose and they were in crisis, they could just text and say, they were in crisis. But it shows this case where we set up, it was sort of like a buddy system, where they had people that they had confidence in, would respect their confidentiality, would be there for them, and if they got into difficulties, and were able to hand them over then to the specialists in a severe crisis situation. But this enabled that person to return to work and maintain themselves in work, and that actually helped them and their own mental health. And at the end of it, that's what they have said. They said that, without that sort of level of intervention and support mechanisms put in place, they probably never would have been able to return to work. So they wouldn't, but because that was done, and it didn't take a lot of time or a lot of effort, it just meant you had to know, you did certain interventions at the beginning, you knew when to hand off to the specialists, and that you were there to support that person if they needed it. And this was now over 4 years ago, and they have never been out of work since that. And I think that it is a very good example of how, when something is given that little bit of thought and effort, that even a person with a severe mental health problem is able to maintain themselves in a workplace. And I know COVID will add, will potentially add more difficulties into that, but I don't think it's insurmountable, and that these type of interventions can enable our members to maintain themselves in work. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation, Margaret, and sharing your personal experience there with a work colleague. Certainly, prevention is better than the cure. So we really need to look after ourselves, and we need to look after each other, and to be able to discuss openly if there are concerns, and particularly if there's concerns in work, that that it's raised with line managers, and make use of the NIPSA representatives, and if there's health and safety representatives there as well, make use of them too, to ensure that your workplace is safe, and that risk assessments and requirements that the employers are putting those in place. So the next part in this session now is for delegates. If they have any questions that they want to ask, if they could please raise their hand, so we can bring them in on order. There may be some speakers that are maybe shy, but happy, that they don't turn their camera on, that they can come in and speak, or indeed, if they prefer that, if they have any questions that they want me to raise on their behalf, they can send that through the messaging system. So I think that the panelists now, perhaps they can turn on their cameras so that we can see those. So thank you. So let's see. Have we got any questions for the panelists? Just looking down through the attendees. There's a hand up here. Yes, Lachlan Duffy, do you want to come in? Have you a question for one of the panelists, please? There may be a slight time delay as I call the delegates if they have a question for the panelists. So if you could come forward and ask the particular panelist I'll refer your question to them, hopefully for a response. Thank you, Lachlan.
Thanks, John. Hopefully I'm not on mute, although I don't think I am. The first point I just want to make was the fact that Rachel hit the nail on the head when she talked about not having the language to talk about mental health. And that is so true, and I work in the health service. If it is a broken leg or a broken arm, people can see it and the conversation starts there, whereas if it's with mental health, the conversation is so much more difficult to start with. And then as that flows, the language is not there to discuss it. So thanks for that, Rachel. And I will use it when I go back to our service to see, both in terms of the mental health strategy and policy that they have, what the actual language is and should be within that. The question was for John then, and it's in relation to somebody with a pre-existing mental health diagnosis who, as a result of stress in the workplace, has a relapse in their condition. Is it harder to prove that the injury was exacerbated, I suppose, by the stress at work, John, because of the pre-existing diagnosis, or is it one that we could take a case with? I hope that makes sense.
Thanks, Lachlan. It comes back to the issue of foreseeability. In relation to the notes that you'll get from Geraldine, there's a case called Valhaldy, I think, which essentially dealt with an individual that had a mental health breakdown and then subsequently had a second mental health breakdown. The court examined those two cases in relation to liability. In relation to the first case, because the employer wasn't on knowledge that effectively there was a foreseeability of psychiatric injury being caused, the employer was deemed not to be liable. In respect to the second breakdown, the court was satisfied that there was a potential liability, but that the employer had taken all reasonable steps to address those circumstances. But in relation to the second incident, it found in first instance there was a liability that was satisfied because the foreseeability was established. But the point is, you never want to have an individual getting to that situation where essentially they're having a conversation across the desk from me in a difficult circumstances saying, well, you've got a case, because you've only got a case because you've had some kind of significant psychiatric episode in your life. No one ever wants to get to that place and never wants to have that conversation. The issue is, coming back to what Rachel had talked about, is the requirement to communicate. And it is essentially a situation where in today's world, it's almost seen as the thing that you try and hide and are fearful of having to talk to people maybe outside the family. But the situation is that it's been put forward by recent advocates to try and, Prince Harry and the like. And I don't know why Prince Harry occurred to me, so don't read anything into that. I'd hasten that. But the ability to communicate the circumstances you find yourself in are fundamental. If you find yourself in a position where you think that your mental health issues are affecting you, then what you do need to do is not try and hide that. It's to get the help that you need. And if that resolves it, well and good. If you try and make representations to your employer to say, look, it's a workload issue or it's a management issue, but you communicate that to your employer to try and fix. I'm not looking to run multiple cases for stress at work. I don't want to be in that situation. The way is to resolve it in the first instance. But if it's not resolved through your communications, and the communication has to be clear with your employer that it is causing a potentially either causing or exacerbating an underlying psychiatric issue, then that's what the court requires to be proved in relation to a civil claim for personal injuries. What I think everybody else is talking about is you do not want to get there in the first instance, but it's communicating to your employer, this is where I am, this is how I find myself, the position I find myself in, please help me. Because if you don't help me, I'm telling you, this is where I'm going to end up from a psychiatric point of view. The employer will do one of two things. It will take on board your representations and act upon them, in which case, hopefully you will get better and you will move on in life. And if you don't, and the employer doesn't resolve it, then you potentially are talking to somebody like me about a personal injuries case. But first instance is no one wants to find themselves in that position to begin with. So what it is an olive branch to the employer to say, please help me.
Okay, thank you. May have run out of olive branches, so we'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lachlan, and thank you, John. I have 3 hands up here. Of Bridget Rogers first, then Brendan Callan, and then Lorraine Harton. So in that order, please. So thank you. Okay, if you just could leave your cameras off until you're ready to speak, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, first speaker, please.
My question's for Rachel. I'm just wondering, are there any particular work settings or types of employers that tend to use their services or MHS services more? And if so, do you see any similarities in these work settings or employers? And would you have any idea why these seem to be more proactive than others?
That was a good question. We have organisations who have a mental health strategy in place and they're implementing it really proactively. And they, we have some education providers, some universities, some construction organisations, and so that's they have the policy in place. That is the accountability then to see that they're rolling out the very practical mental health support on the ground. We would get a lot of organisations who, especially in the last year, will want a fast intervention. Can you come and do a 1-hour webinar for all our staff on stress? And we can provide that. But then I would also be following up and saying to them, look, do you have a mental health strategy? Is that something you're interested in? Is that something we could support you with? Or is there further training that we could offer? So we don't see, well, I've only been in the post a few months, so I haven't seen a lot of correlation between what types of organisations are accessing our training. But definitely what I have definitely found is if the organisation has the policy, the mental health wellbeing policy in place, then that is the kind of checks and balances that make sure then that they're rolling out things like having mental health first aiders, things like a wellbeing program across the year, and they'll book our training sessions across the year, different levels of training for different levels of the organisation, again to make sure that it's up and down the ladder, that everybody is involved. So I think that does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I was kind of expecting education because it's becoming more, everyone's becoming more aware of mental health. So the younger the intervention, the better, So yeah. I think education is obviously a good one. So thanks.
Thank you, Bridget. And Brendan, you're up next. So thanks.
Hi, just to say thanks, Margaret, John, Professor O'Neill and Rachel for your contributions. Can I ask a question of John McShane? Individuals don't like to disclose their, medical background, etc. So the employer would actually only have certain aspects type of thing notified to them type of thing, and it only would go through line managers. Many employers, they wouldn't be medically qualified to ascertain any facts of anybody's original mental state without knowing, details of it and so forth. So if there's a stressful situation that the individual might endure currently, that exacerbates their situation, obviously the communication from that individual is vital. So if later on type of thing where an employer, what would a normal approach be? Because an employer would always argue the point. I'm kind of getting a bit tongue-tied here, sorry. Because I'd actually put it in the column there for a thing. I'll just go back on it here. The current stressful situation that they might endure by the individual. This could be a point of argument for an employer. So what approach will be taken? Because, they're going to turn around and say, they're not medically qualified per se to ascertain the facts of the situation, you know what I mean? If you get the kind of way I'm thinking about it, you know.
I think I know where you're coming from, Brendan. Look, it's basically an issue, I think Rachel had used the expression at some point of shared language. What we do is we have a shared terminology and expressions to put across physical issues. I broke my leg last week. Everybody fine, you know, processed immediately, no problem. The issue is communicating, because we don't use the language, or we haven't been brought up to use the language to put that across. But what the law says is essentially the employer has to be put on notice by hook or by crook of the foreseeability of psychiatric injury being caused. And bluntly, using terminology like I'm stressed, I'm under pressure, I'm finding it difficult to cope, there will be an issue in that type of case being brought to the court. Because, for example, in the current circumstances where I'm speaking, it's stressful. In the situation where people have different views on what is stressful. And when you're trying to persuade a high court judge who he or she has had an incredibly successful career to be on the bench, and effectively they have done probably 20-hour days, not blinked an eye in it, they approach things from that kind of framework or mindset. So what you have to do is you have to establish enough facts that you're pushing sometimes an uphill struggle. That uphill struggle is easier if the language being used is unambiguous. So for example, getting a letter from your GP or getting referred to counselling services or getting referred to OHW, where you're actually communicating in effectively clear and unambiguous fashion that it's the risk of either causing or exacerbating psychiatric illness. So for example, and put it in a way that can come across to people, it isn't a situation where we should be ashamed of talking about mental health issues. And to put that across in maybe a framework that it puts across how prevalent it can be, and people don't even think of it, is in the road traffic cases that you have a situation where maybe you've been involved in a road traffic accident and you're reluctant to drive, or you're more hyper alert for a couple of weeks or a couple of months after being involved in a road traffic accident. That is a psychiatric illness or damage as a consequence of the road traffic accident. So it is out there in society, but the problem is we have this kind of tight-lipped mentality that God forbid I should ever talk to somebody about that. It's getting over that kind of hurdle that instinctively, and even me being brought up, like in a scenario where my father would not and would never communicate any kind of mental health pressure. And to a degree, I'm of the same kind of character that I would essentially go tight-lipped and just close off. But it's about the position where you can recognize the society is evolving and essentially is being more cognizant that mental health is on the same parallel with physical health. That if you don't look after yourself from a mental health point of view, you might be the fittest man or woman walking alive. But if you're finding it hard to walk outside, then you're not going to enjoy your walk. I think it's putting across that what you need to do is use language, and if it's a situation where maybe you don't want to talk about, rely upon your NIPSA official to put that across. So look, this is the situation I'm in, and your NIPSA official can effectively impart some of what I'm talking about this morning. Say, look, we need to put this in a language that if it isn't resolved, then maybe, and ultimately, if it's not resolved, you may have recourse to civil proceedings. But we don't want to be in that place. We want to be in a place where you're helped. And the example I think was given earlier on by one of the panelists in relation to being back to work and this in your rearview mirror. That's what everybody wants. But the point is, that's with an employer who's willing to engage. I'm only there that if the engagement is essentially being rebuffed and you're making representations on either you're caused or you're exacerbated in relation to mental health illness. But the important point, I think, coming back, because I know of my usual plethora of just talking endlessly to no point. Look, it's communication. and using the terminology that puts across the circumstances in an unambiguous manner that it is going to cause psychiatric illness. And if that's not addressed, then you have recourse to legal proceedings.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Brendan. Lorraine, just before Lorraine Harton comes in, we've one more question coming from Paul Soto Kelly, and then we'll have to wrap up this session as we're coming up close to 12:30. So so following Paul's question, then maybe I'll wrap up. So Lorraine, if you're ready to put your question to the panelist, please free to go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, how are you all doing? Thanks so much. It's been great listening to you all today, and it's been really, really informative. I think it's been very helpful because, like, we've all gone from spending more time with our work colleagues than we did with our family or friends. So you're going on to work every day and you're maybe just generally chatting nonsense to everybody, and you're really, it was actually therapy without realizing you were doing therapy, because you were talking to each other about things that were happening at home and just offloading. And now people aren't doing that. People are not getting to speak to other people. The only time they speak to their colleagues now is actually about work. And I know myself, sitting here most days chatting to the dog, every time I'm on the phone, he actually thinks I'm talking to him, so he's up beside me. But I just think it's been very good. My question would really be about mental health first aid, because I know somebody had said that it can be, somebody had said they'd read something about it being detrimental. And I would be of the notion, my own brother died by suicide 16 years ago. So it's very much part of our family. The consequences of mental health, mental ill health. So, I wouldn't want to be involved with anything that would be detrimental to somebody's health. But what I would see it as, is it more like signposting and making sure that you're not there. We're not trained counselors, so we can't go on and say, like, I have the total mommy gene. I want to hug everybody whenever I know that they're not feeling the best or anything like that. And but it's really about, you want to give the best to our members, and you want to be giving them the right information, and you want to be leading them in the right way. And but I was really interested to know about that, the mental health first aid, what the approach on that should be. Also, is there any chance that we could get copies of your presentations? John, I was really interested in yours because I'm doing law, but so I think it's very good because I'm very interested in employment law, and I was trying to note down all the cases. But I think it would be very good.
All I can say about that is will help you.
Okay.
I know.
Thanks, Lynn. Perhaps Professor Neil could come in there in relation to the first aid, the mental health first aid, and hopefully then can help you with that.
Also, could I just say solidarity to our sisters who are striking today as well?
Thanks.
So great question about mental health first aid. I think there's lots of mental health first aid courses out there, and they're very beneficial, and but they really just teach us the principles of compassion and being there for people, and being able to open up lines of conversation to allow people to disclose whether or not they have difficulties with their mental health, or whether they're suffering from significant stress, or whether they're struggling. So the courses are good. They give people the words, they give people the confidence and the language, and the I suppose the confidence really to be in the presence of someone and open up the conversations. But the really important thing is they need to be backed up with a mental health services, so that you're able to direct someone there to a source of support. So there, but you don't need the course, just that kind of showing you care about somebody. We have a mantra in the I Am Here tribe that's show you care, ask the question and call for help. And that could be asking the question about suicidal thoughts and behaviours, or asking the question about whether the person's struggling with their mental health and well-being. And remember, people have very different ways of experiencing mental health problems. Some people, it's about their eating and their sleeping and headaches and back pain. For other people, they will be much more emotional and cry very easily and feel very low or very down. So it could be anything from a range of physical problems, or to those sort of problems with feelings and how people are coping with stress and whether people are sleeping. So it can be any of those things. And it's just about opening up lines of conversation and being able to direct someone confidently to a source of support, and even being comfortable with somebody as you phone a helpline with them or for them. So Lifeline and Samaritans are both there 24 hours a day. And I would have many experiences in the past where I phoned those helplines and just put the phone on speaker. And because given going through that with the person, phone and Inspire as well, the care call with students have done that too. It just gives them the confidence. Once they've done it with you, they're much more likely to do it themselves, because most people will never pick up a phone. It just takes too much courage. It's just, particularly when you're vulnerable and you're feeling like you're a burden and that nobody understands you, and that you're even maybe scared about these feelings that you have, that people will judge you, that you shouldn't be having those feelings. It's just about taking someone through that process and directing them towards help. So it's actually quite simple, and it's about being there and not inquiring about what the personal nature of the causes of mental health problems, but focusing really in there on how the person's feeling and how they're coping and what their experience is, and then getting them to the source of help, and being able then to walk away knowing that they are getting help and that they will get help through the organisation that you're involved with.
No, that's very good, thank you. Because I know it's gone from working from home. A guy quoted to me the other day, he's not working from home, he's living at work. So it's that, but it's good, because there's a lot of people who have, like I have a house full of children, and the pressures of being at home and people wanting you to do everything in the home as well as everything at work, and you're trying to balance everything, and it's just good crack. But no, thank you very much, that's really, really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Lorraine, for your question. Thank you very much, and we'll talk later. Paul, if you have a question there for the panelists, we'll soon be ready to wrap up. So, thank you.
I think I'm online now. Okay. I hadn't planned to start off with this, but maybe if I could maybe make a response to Lorraine's question. I'm an advocate of mental health first aiders. I am a mental health first aider, but I would introduce a major caveat to the introduction of mental health first aiders in the workplace that are trained and, if in inverted commas, supported by management. I would say mental health first aiders on a par with, if you want to call it, normal first aiders or traditional first aiders, in that in the workplace, when you identify the hazards and you manage the risks, okay, the first aiders are then as a last resort, okay? They're there to act and provide assistance if there is a problem where someone is injured. They're not there as a first line level of management of injury in the workplace. I would like to think that my employer would not manage the risk of injury by increasing the number of first aiders in the workplace. So if we use that as a comparator or as an analogy, I think the employer must look at prevention before they are relying on mental first aiders. It's the same as we saw with the employee assistance program. Cynically, that was in some cases perhaps used as a defense by management in saying that they have managed the risk to mental well-being in the workplace. We now know in case law that that is not a defense any longer. Certainly if the risks are not managed in other ways. Okay, That'll get me on track.
I have to be aware of our time schedule here, Paul.
So, well, I'm going to drop one of my questions.
If I can be direct and ask you if you could pose your question there to.
Sure, no problem. This is to the group, and so from a legal perspective and from an accident prevention perspective, it's looking at the role of the mental well-being at work and workplace risk assessment. We've seen a movement away from that by some employers, in that they do not consider this to be a suitable and sufficient risk assessment, and they prefer to interview the employee, reactively, and not take the step of carrying out this risk assessment. We see this as something that is both positive, obviously, for the member and for the employer as well, that they're seen to actually carry out a suitable and sufficient risk assessment. Could I perhaps have the view of the panel on the maintenance, or in some cases the introduction and reduction of resistance from the employer to taking such a step? John, from a legal perspective, maybe we could see.
And perhaps as the mental health champion, perhaps Professor O'Neill may have a contribution to make as well.
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
Well, I could start then in that case. I think I tend not to take a legal point of view on these, or a legal perspective on these sorts of issues. I think the best way to have your workforce delivering for you is to manage the stress that they're under and manage the situation for them. And that's where you're going to get the best, and you're going to retain your workforce, and you're going to be really productive, and everybody will do well. So that I think should always be our starting point. But I think there should always be lines of communication that are wide open between staff and their employers, so that any difficulties can be communicated at an early stage, and that it should be part and parcel of every conversation or every line management conversation. What is the stress like? What is it like for you right now? And is there anything we could do to help you cope with the pressure that you're under, and juggling everything with your own home life? So that would be my contribution. I mean, I don't have legal training, so I can't comment on the other side of it, and the way that John would.
Maybe I could respond to Siobhan on that one. Obviously, I would be looking at the legalistic approach as a last resort. Obviously, the facilitative approach is the most important, and it is the way forward. I totally agree with you, but we can't rely on managers once they've heard that. Once they hear us presenting the moral case, the case for the health of the individual, the business case, and what comes last is the legal case. And unfortunately, we're having more and more resort to this in current circumstances. There is a resistance to recognise the other aspects. That is disappointing. So that's why.
Paul, before John comes in, we're trade unionists and we're involved in consultation and negotiations. So in policy formulation, perhaps we should be leading the charge in relation to having policies introduced in the workplace, and having those policies particular to workers and their members' needs. So perhaps the focus should be there on the legal responsibility, the duty of care of the employer. Perhaps John could expand a wee bit on that the employer has a legal responsibility for the health, safety and welfare of their workers, and they can't negate from that. But it is a trade union activity to be involved in consultation and negotiation, and being part of being there in discussions for formulations of new policies. So if those policies aren't ready in the workplace, we should be ensuring that those are introduced. Sorry, John, for cutting in there.
No problem. There's two answers to this. Bluntly, one in relation to Hatton establishes that if the employer has a counselling service that is available for employees to be avail of, then the employer is less likely to be held liable in respect of any personal injuries actions. The point I would make is, by the actual introduction of policies, it's equivalent to looking under the rock. The questions then that would occur to the employers, solicitors, will be, do we really want to look under that rock, or would we rather leave that rock where it is because look under that rock, find all these issues, then essentially we're in possession of the information, the knowledge, the foreseeability element, and then we find ourselves in potential liability. So there's this inherent conflict between essentially doing the moral thing, which would be to have all the policies, to equate it to the equivalence of a personal injuries action, and having things like, you know, risk assessments for chairs and risk assessments in relation to if any work was undertaken at the office. So there's that balancing exercise, and effectively that balancing exercise is always in a degree of tension, and it is essentially a scenario where each employer will take a different view dependent upon who the HR person, who the lawyers are, who's advising them, what the personality type is at the head of the organization. Everything is in flux. So to put a simple answer is, there's no way to put a simple answer. It is just the messy situation that humans find themselves in, that we muddle through as best we can. And when there's a recourse to the law, essentially that's just simply because at this point in time, the stars have aligned to allow to have an arguable case in the law. So to put it across in a very muddled fashion, it is essentially a muddled situation where those balancing argument issues are always fighting against each other.
Thanks very much, John, and thank you, Paul, for your question. We've overrun a wee bit, and I think it's habitual in these type of conferences that there's so many questions and delegates seeking many answers. So it's difficult to fit it all into a couple of hours. So hopefully on the second session now, we'll maybe run a wee bit better to time. But on behalf of the Health and Safety Committee, and I know Margaret will probably sum up as well at the end of the day, I would like to sincerely thank you for your excellent and informative presentations, and really thank you for accepting the invitation to come to speak to our annual Health and Safety Conference. Is so much appreciated, and we all value the great work that you do. You know, looking out for ourselves and for our wider society. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Now,
I'd just like to remind delegates, will you not log out of the conference when you go for lunch? If you just put yourself on mute and turn off your camera, and then you can just open it back up again when you've finished lunch. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you all at half one. Okay, conference, welcome back after lunch. Okay, so firstly, I'd like to introduce Mark McAllister from the Labour Relations Agency. He is the Director of Employment Relations Services. Mark is a former regional trade union negotiator and had a legal and academic background before joining the LRA in 2001. He's a member of the Industrial Law Society, employment law author, and contributor to a variety of codes and publications. Mark, I'm going to hand over to you to chair your session, take your session.
That's great, Margaret. Thank you very much indeed. And hello and welcome everybody back to this session. It's my great pleasure and honour to be speaking today. A very important day, Workers' Memorial Day. Has always a place in my heart, and was delighted when I was asked to come along and talk to you this afternoon. There's some issues that have come across my desk in the last year and a half relevant to COVID, and I probably just want to say I'm going to share these with you and promote a bit of a debate with regard to this afternoon's session. So we'll move on just to the first slide there, Stephen, please. I think from our perspective, when COVID hit, we were looking through COVID through the lens of a pre-existing legal framework. So everybody in the room will be obviously familiar with the Health and Safety at Work Order 1978, 1992 regulations, the six-pack and the management of regs of 1999, but none of which were designed for COVID. So we were applying what we already knew into a COVID context. So whether it was a safe system of work or personal protective equipment or risk assessments, we had to look at the nuances within them. So safe system of work now obviously involved the mitigations that we know, hand sanitizers, social distancing, the correct PPE screens and everything that was fact sensitive to particular organizations where you worked. PPE has not been without its controversies in terms of the quality and the amount that given out in any particular circumstances. Risk assessments haven't been without their controversies in terms of employers sharing them with trade unionists and employees in terms of their way forward. So I think the first thing we realized was that we were looking at COVID through the lens of the pre-existing legal framework, and it always wasn't a great fit. In the early days in the private sector, when COVID was hitting and people were still being asked to work, a lot of trade unions took refuge really in Article 68D and 132D of the Employment Rights Order. And you'll be familiar with these. These are the right to not suffer detriment or dismissal in relation to health and safety cases where there is a serious and imminent danger. So a lot of the trade unions in the private sector were citing these particular protections for people if they were in serious and imminent danger. And it's only in the last couple of weeks that we've seen tribunals make decisions on these and see where they set the bar with regard to somebody claiming, automatically unfair dismissal or what constituted a detriment there. So that's an important thing now for the public sector going forward about people who are now being asked to return to work. And seeing whether or not there is issues of serious or imminent danger, and whether or not people have the right to refuse, or whether people walk away from an unsafe working environment. And the best examples in the private sector that we saw in the last 18 months were things like call centres and meat processing plants. Flexible working's high on the agenda. You've seen the headlines with regard to lots of public sector employers are now negotiating a return to work in a phased capacity, in a rotational capacity, and with the term that's being used now, hybrid working. And there's lots of questions about how that's going to work and does it suit everybody, and all of the issues that exist there. I mean, the position is at the minute with regard to the right to request flexible working, it's not a good fit in a COVID environment, because in Northern Ireland, it's still a statutory request to have flexible working. So say, for example, people want to firm up the arrangements that they have in place over COVID. If they go down the statutory route and they're knocked back by the employer, that's them for another year and they can't make that request. The proper approach here is, as with NIPSA, what they're doing now is sitting down with management and trying to get some sort of blanket policy that balances the needs of the organization with the needs of the individual and is aware of the circumstances and all the various nuances in that, in terms of risk assessments of people's homes and all, and the right to privacy, the right to disconnect, and all of the things that go along with that. More recently, we've seen a judicial review by the International Workers' Union of Great Britain with regard to the extent of the protection for the like of PPE and the right not to suffer detriment to be extended to workers. And we're about to see that change in legislation in Northern Ireland. I'll give you the very snappy title. I'll read it for you here. It's the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996 Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021. So by the 31st of next month, that's the 31st of May, we will see that protection against detriment and the right to have PPE, etc., extended to workers. So, and this comes as the outcry with regard to gig workers who weren't afforded the protection under the legislation, which was incorrectly interpreted as meaning only applicable to employees. In terms of unknowns, I think now we're so far down the track, we have now recognised that long COVID is a condition. It's a chronic condition. We have yet to see whether or not, in the course of time, whether they become long-term in the disability discrimination context, in terms of meaning to last 12 months or more. But at the last survey of the Office of National Statistics, it was 1 million people approximately in the UK suffering from long COVID. And the interaction between long COVID and the Disability Discrimination Act is something that we need to be looking out for as we go down the track, because if they do constitute conditions that are likely to last for in excess of 12 months, they'll fall clearly under DDA in the same way, presumably, as COPD and other respiratory conditions like that are. Okay, Stephen, if we could move on. And the context to all of this obviously being a gradual phased return. Certainly in my own organisation, in the Labour Relations Agency, we've written out to staff and we've asked staff what their preference is with regard to flexible working practices, working from home, and try to build a policy around that. And to be honest with you, it's worked very, very well. The vast majority of our staff want to continue with the flexible working. It suits them well. We're agreeing crossover dates to come in a phased context until we can see the sort of the end game when everybody's vaccinated and the levels of infection are going down. There will still be continued safety measures. So, the social distancing, the maximum amount of people allowed in the building, the PPE, the hand sanitizer, that is with us for the foreseeable future. And the difficulty is we've seen, if you look at the private sector and the voluntary sector and the public sector, there are these two-tier workforces. There are people who've never been out of the workplace who have been there working through the pandemic with the safety mitigations in place, and other people who haven't been in their office in 18 months. And so you have this foreseeable outcome where there will be this sort of two-tier classification, people who are off-site almost permanently and people who are on site almost permanently, and that's because of the nature of the work that they do, that they have to be front facing. It's very easy in the public sector when you've been working at home for a year to think, everybody has access to this flexible working arrangement, and in actual fact that's not the case. Other issues that are coming across my desk in recent times are about contract variation. There's a lot of controversy across the water. Unions like Unite, for example, are very, very wary of the fire and rehire concept, which has really been COVID has provided the backdrop. So some employers are using COVID as a backdrop to effectively dismiss people for some other substantial reason and automatically re-employ them on less favourable terms. And you've seen, cases like that with regard to the coffee companies in Birmingham and British Gas and other organisations like that. And another issue that has started to flag up is an issue with regard to where people perceive there not to be a safe system of work and call a walkout, and where the line is between a walkout, a wildcat strike, unofficial, unlawful industrial action, and lawful and protected industrial action. And some that needs to be given very close scrutiny, because the law on industrial action here, as you know, is notoriously complex. It's hurdle based, and the context of COVID and walkouts in a COVID context don't always lend themselves very well to being protected under the legislation. And the case I referred to earlier on with regard to the first tribunal that I've come across that's addressed the issue of someone claiming unfair dismissal for a COVID-related reason under the automatic unfair dismissal legislation is a case called Rogers against Leeds Laser Cutting. And I think we'll be able to get you access to a hard copy or a soft copy of that case, so that you'll be able to take a look at it. So that's really a snapshot of the sort of health and safety related issues that are coming across my desk as a Director of Employment Relations within the Labour Relations Agency, because there's obviously a synergy and a cross-cut between health and safety and employment relations. So that gives you an idea of the sort of things that are coming across my desk just at the minute. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Mark. Okay, so we're going to move on to our second panelists for today. Nicola McCracken is from the Northern Ireland Safety Group. Nicola is a chartered health and safety practitioner with over 25 years experience in the UK, Republic of Ireland and international construction industry, both civil and building engineering. She is a current committee member and past chairman of the Northern Ireland Safety Group, and has been involved with the promotion of health and safety in construction for her whole career, working with bodies such as CITB-NI, CEF and HSE-NI. Nicola is involved with promoting women in construction and has been featured in the CITB-NI's Women in Construction booklet twice during her career. Nicola, I'd like to hand over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. And can I just say to start off with that I am actually on a construction site today with generator power, so fingers crossed everything will work throughout this presentation. I'm going to follow on from Mark. There is a little bit of information in my presentation which will probably add on to some of the things he has highlighted. What I'm going to do is talk to you from a safety professional's viewpoint. And to begin with, I'm actually going to take you right back to basics and pose the question of what is a risk assessment. And I don't want people thinking that why she telling us something we already know. I think for very important reasons, we tend to sometimes overlook what is staring us in the face when it comes to risk assessment. And I just think it might be useful for everybody just to take that step back and have a look and where did risk assessment come from, and then look at what's required for risk assessment and then what is required for COVID risk assessment specifically. So as Mark intimated, the management regs came into Northern Ireland in 1993, and that's where we first probably came across the terms of actually having to have a legal risk assessment for work. But the concept was first contained back in the Health and Safety at Work Act in the UK in 74 and here with the Northern Ireland Order in 78. So the advice that comes from HSENI is basically a 5-step risk assessment process, which you've all probably heard of, and I'm just going to quickly remind you of that. So the first item on that would be identifying the hazards, basically anything that can cause harm. Employers have a duty to assess all health and safety risks faced by workers and should be systematically checking for possible physical, mental, which is coming to the forefront an awful lot more now compared to where it was in the initial stages of implementation of the law. Chemical, could be biological hazards, and these hazards can be physical, from lifting, from slips and trips. They could be mental, as we've said, which will come from many different areas. It could even be high-need clients causing bullying, psychosocial hazards affecting the mental health of workforce. Chemical can include asbestos. It can be cleaning products for cleaning fluids, aerosols, and biological is anything that will bring about an infectious disease. So it could be tuberculosis, hepatitis, and infectious diseases that are possibly faced by, for example, healthcare workers or home care staff. And as we are all now aware, COVID obviously has come along that nobody had ever heard of before probably January 2020. So step 2 then, deciding who may be harmed and how. So be aware again of everybody who's working within the workforce that you're dealing with, and making sure that all staff, employees, casual labour, manual labour, agency workers are all covered by your risk assessments, and they must have the knowledge and understanding of the work that they need to carry out. We can look at, for example, repetitive injuries, and Mark had mentioned call centres, anybody who's working with workstation equipment, and that's basically so many people are now doing this from home because of the situation that has arisen with COVID. And it's also particularly important that employers make sure they are aware they have special duties to the health and safety of young workers. So, for example, any apprentices, anybody who is in a training programme, any disabled workers, anybody who's on night work, and shift workers, and pregnant and breastfeeding women as well need to be included within the risk assessment and specific measures made to reduce any risk to them from their work. Step 3 then, assessing the risks and taking action. So basically the employer must ensure that someone has considered how likely it is that the hazard could cause harm and if the risk should be reduced. And they must decide whether any remaining hazard that cannot be completely mitigated, they need to then log that as high, medium or low. Step 4 is making a record of the findings, and you'll all be aware of that, ensuring that you have written risk assessments if you've got 5 or more employees involved in the work, and they should include details of any of the hazards noted and action taken to reduce or eliminate the risks. The record then will provide proof that the assessment was carried out, And it will also be very importantly used as a basis for later review of the working practices. This is very, very important. So many people have a risk assessment produced for them. They see it once, they sign it, and it's probably never shown to them again. You must undertake regular review of risk assessment. And I think that's one of the things that has come about with COVID, is that basically every risk assessment has had to be reviewed within the employer's remit to make sure that COVID is now included. As we said at the beginning, my background is construction. I have had work throughout the whole of the pandemic, and basically have been working on live construction sites. And again, these are situations where the work cannot be done remotely. Some of it can from the management side of things, but a lot of the labour has got to be done on site. So many of the companies have had to put in their own COVID procedures, and also provide COVID training to their employees to make sure that those people who are working for them are protected as much as possible. And the risk assessments will then detail what their company measures are in relation to additional cleaning, etc., that is required, and additional hygiene measures. The site I'm working on at the minute, it requires COVID testing twice a week. We go through temperature checks before we can actually access the site on a daily basis as well. And it's very important that everybody is being picked up in that. You can't just have, half of your workforce coming in and going through a system, and then a visitor arrives and they just bypass. So very, very important that you're making any requirements relevant to absolutely everybody who's going to be in the workplace. So then we make sure that we're following the review procedures on a regular basis. So, for example, I said there COVID, so if anything else changes, then that risk assessment also needs to be reviewed. It is a working document. It should be live. People who audit health and safety, they never want to see pristine copies of risk assessments. They want to see dog-eared copies. They want to see copies that have been actually handled and used by people. Again, this is another situation with COVID where we're not supposed to share. So it is important that everything is worked out within the employment to ensure that there is safe signing of risk assessment, but they should never be locked away in a cupboard. They should be provided to the people who are required, who require them for their operational work. Step 5 then, the final step, as you all know, is reviewing the risk assessment. So it must be kept under review, as we've said, to ensure that it is taking account of any changes. It's also required to have a review to ensure that the safe working procedures continue to be employed. So management safety instructions are being respected by the supervisors and the line managers. So definitely it's important that a regular review is planned into the for example, the working year. If you're dealing with, for example, an office environment, it might be that very little changes, and once a year would probably suffice if nothing has changed within the working processes or the environment that people are working in. So some tips for risk assessment then, very quickly. Important that you do make sure that risk assessments do reflect what is taking place and the manner that they're performed. Very important to ensure that they're practical, and the only way to do that is that they are carried out and they are produced in conjunction with the people who actually are carrying out the activities. Safety reps, as you know, should be involved in that process to ensure that it is not somebody sitting remotely producing paperwork which does not actually reflect what is happening on the job, because that would be meaningless. It has to be a dynamic document. And the workforce will then also take ownership. If they're involved in the process of completing the risk assessment, they will take ownership, and it's much more likely that they will follow the requirements set out within that document. You should also get them signed off by the people carrying out the work, and that gives you then proof that you actually have trained those people, briefed those people, and that the employees are fully aware of the content of those assessments. And as we said earlier, regular review is required, but also regular rebriefings to the individuals that the documents relate to. So make sure that you are giving reminders on a regular basis, or if anything changes, and get the documents re-signed. So on to the COVID situation then. At the beginning, we didn't have very much of an idea about what COVID was going to bring to the table. Nobody knew in the world. It's something that I have never seen in almost 30 years of working in health and safety. It's just been completely unprecedented. The situation at the beginning was evolving daily. We as safety professionals had to take our guidance from the government and bodies like the Public Health Agency. Again, COVID is a public health rather than a health and safety illness, but it reflects within health and safety in the employment scenario. So it can't be completely separated, but we have to take advice from those public health bodies. So as we saw, certain businesses were closed down by the government. We had loss of staff and personnel across the board. Supply chains were also affected, and again, shortages of goods and logistics were brought into play. And some of that related to the PPE issue. So how do you carry out your work safely when you can't actually get stocks of PPE? And that caused mayhem, as a lot of you will have seen in the media, especially across the health service. Travel restrictions brought into play, which again, for the world today, where people were just used to traveling everywhere when they wanted to, from a working point of view, it made massive changes. For example, we're doing this conference by webinar today. The Northern Ireland Safety Group that I'm representing here today, we have had to go online. We've had to put all of our normal meetings live on webinars in order to be able to still include and brief and be able to impart knowledge to the people who would normally have attended in person. Home working has required issues with DSE, display screen equipment, and mental health issues, increased demand on many organisations. And there are so many organisations, as Mark also said, who cannot work from home. So many people have to physically go to the workplace. So employers have got to ensure that they are making those people as safe as it's possible. So for getting back to work or continuing to work, risk assessment was actually fundamental and is fundamental in ensuring that things can try to get some way back to normal. Workspaces have to be prepared, and employers implementing certain requirements, for example, temperature checks and scanners, COVID speed tests, lateral flow testing can be done very quickly, and at least it might not be 100% reliable, but it gives a really good indication. Higher level cleaning regimes have had to be brought in, reduced occupancy, staggered working. Issues with training. When you're trying to train somebody, very, very important that you ensure, sorry, I set myself a timer. Thank you. I'll just quickly go through the rest of this. If you're trying to train somebody, it's very difficult to do that remotely, and employers again have got to put measures in place, and that will require additional risk assessment when you're actually training somebody to ensure that the COVID situation can be complied with. Also very important to remove as much as possible areas, for example, T points where people would congregate and actually all use the same equipment, and COVID has required that we keep individual equipment as far away from others as possible, and the increased requirement for washing hands and sanitizer. So what have employers had to do during the whole pandemic? Display screen equipment's assessments on people's setups at home. Sometimes those have been done virtually. There has been an awful lot of an increase in mental health awareness and information coming out. Again, so many people at home not able to interact with each other, and maybe people in situations at home where they have difficult home lives, or they have maybe perhaps vulnerable family members to take care of. Maybe they are carers as well. Maybe they've been dealing with homeschooling and they might require flexible working, and an awful lot of things are going to change in the way forward that have been started in the COVID pandemic. So when returning to the workplace, if people haven't been in the workplace, it has got to be planned and managed in order to prevent excessive worry to employees. People are all individual and need to deal with situations differently, and it is crucial that you communicate well in order to spread misinformation, and that can really scare people. So keep communication levels as open as possible, and phased return to work may be required for some. So finally then, to close off, everybody just needs to remember the risk assessment is a fluid process. It needs to reflect an ongoing situation and any changes that will happen. And without a good risk assessment process, many employers would have been unable to return people to the workplace safely. And the work dynamic is likely to have been changed forever, as technology has now shown that there is a lot of work can be done from people's homes, and they can work effectively and efficiently. So I think for going forward, it is very likely we're going to see a hybrid of working from home and being in the workplace, and that's going to be the future of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicola, for that very informative session. Okay, we'd like to move on now to Janet Newsham from Manchester Hazards. Janet has joined us at conference before. She is the acting chair of the UK Hazards campaign and organiser of the UK Hazards Conference and coordinator at Greater Manchester Hazard Centre. Janet previously worked for UCU and a ULF project and employed as a lecturer in trade union education at Manchester and Preston colleges. She has been a trade union activist for nearly 40 years, branch officer and workplace representative, and served on the union's executive committee. She has also been a lay member on the employment tribunals in Manchester for 20 years. Janet, we'd like to welcome you to our conference today. Okay, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's a real privilege to be joining you today. So, you know, thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm really privileged as well to be following on from your eminent speakers before, and to join the panel on Works Memorial Day. Next slide, please. Every year in the UK, more than 50,000 workers die because of work. And in the last 12 months, there's been an additional at least 14,000 workers who've died because of COVID. The number of people who've died across the UK, including Northern Ireland, is because our governments have prioritised profits and business before safety and health. But it could have been much worse, and still can be, without the heroic work of trade unions like NIPSA and their safety reps, who have worked tirelessly to keep members safe and hold employers to account. And I, you know, from the Hazards campaign, a really big thank you for all the work that you have done over the last 12 months and before. Next slide, please. As Rory O'Neill of the Hazards magazine says, the pandemic didn't cause the occupational health crisis, it exposed it. There have been a catalogue of disasters during the pandemic in all our countries. PPE not at precautionary standard or in the quantities that were needed. And who could forget the pictures of Chinese COVID testers in full PPE compared to NHS workers in the black bin bags made into PPE. Non-essential workplaces have remained open throughout. And in Manchester, where I come from, where I work, workers in the construction industry have been building luxury flats throughout the pandemic. And we would say that wasn't appropriate when we're trying to lock down and we're trying to stop the transmission of the virus at the time. Precarious workers unable to raise concerns or access enforcement for fear that they would have their hours cut and not be paid the following week. Thousands of workers have died and still are being exposed without controls to risks. Bus drivers in Northern Ireland still not permitted to wear face masks where they're being exposed to aerosol transmission of the virus. On Monday, an article in our Guardian provided a detailed account of the death of a UCU member in Lancashire, where I live. Burnley College, like many workplaces, have failed to provide a safe place to work. They failed to ensure physical distancing. They failed to reduce the number of people in the classrooms, and they failed to ensure that staff isolate when they were exposed. They failed to ensure that students or staff wore PPE, and this has resulted in dozens of infections. And lecturer Donna Coleman, dead at the age of 42. Her final text from ICU to her sister, just before she was incubated, said, "I'm fighting all I can. I just need some help. I can't wait to have a hug. I love you more." She sent a flurry of text messages to family and friends. They were goodbye messages, and told her best friend from work she loved her and to look after her family for her. What is heartbreaking is that this was preventable. It was foreseeable and entirely preventable, like many of the deaths from COVID, where workers have been exposed in the workplace. If the employer had only used a risk assessment process, the known risk assessment process that we've been told about before, and a control hierarchy approach to protect their workers. Next slide, please. So employers have a duty of care, as we mentioned, to both the physical and mental health of their staff, and COVID-19 is having a massive impact on workers' mental health. The quote here is from Mind. The COVID-19 pandemic will leave a deep and lasting scar on the mental health of millions of this country. Prioritising mental health has never been more crucial than it is now. Next slide, please. So post-COVID, we have to ensure that our employers are controlling the risks to both. They should be ensuring a precautionary approach to both. In terms of COVID-19, that they're controlling the risks of transmission. And what I've not heard this before is what are we doing? What are our employers doing to control the risks of aerosol transmission? The most important risk that we are facing in workplaces is not about touching things. It's a combination of all four transmission sources: the direct contact, the indirect contact, the large droplet spray, but more importantly, it is about aerosol transmission. And we need our employers also to be using the HSE management standards or something similar to identify the hazards to mental health, and that they access the findings to put in place controls to the risk. But it needs to be more than this. COVID-19 will result in many more people with mental ill health and disabilities. So using a reasonable adjustment passport and ensuring that anyone seeking help is not victimised, and ensuring that they are signposted to appropriate services as necessary. We need our employers from preventing work-related stress leading to mental health harms or making us iller, because they failed to put in place the reasonable adjustments or a working environment that caused further harm. Next slide, please. Long COVID is leaving people with significant disabilities and trauma because of bereavement. Many people who were infected were not hospitalised or even diagnosed or even very ill, but they've been left with long-term ill health, and the management need to be educated and trained, and policies need to be put in place to support workers. Not like what we've been contacted by workers who are saying that their employers are threatening to discipline if they have another episode of sick, or another episode of sick will mean that they're dismissed. We need supportive employers at this point in time. Next slide, please. Before the last general election, the Hazards Campaign produced a manifesto for health and safety system fit for workers at the heart of decent jobs and decent lives. And post-COVID, we need to review and revitalise occupational health and safety. We need to end the incessant drive to deregulate and to undermine enforcement, which has been highlighted during the pandemic. We need a health and safety system based on prevention, taking a precautionary approach to the risks, and one that includes workers and their reps at all levels. We need a workers' voice there at the centre. We need enforcement to be transparent and accountable to the people it is protecting, not to the businesses that cause the harm or the politicians with business interests. And essentially, it must protect those in precarious employment. Next slide, please. By improving decent working conditions, we need it to be complying with the highest international standards. We need it to be improving and increasing safety reps' rights that are enforced by their health and safety executives. I mean, it's a nonsense, isn't it, that safety reps have been complaining to HSC, certainly in England and Wales, and the HSC have been ignoring their requests because the employers have not been taking into consideration anything that they're saying, not involving in the risk assessments, and not providing them with the information that they need to carry out in inspections or to carry out investigations into where people have become ill. Next slide, please. We need more active and more organised safety reps in all our workplaces. We need a review of the legal standards to ensure employers are achieving them through preventative inspections in all sectors. The pandemic has shown failings in not prioritising the so-called low risk in low-risk workplaces, which has placed many workers at significant risk. We need to scrutinise management's actions and their duty to ensure the mental and physical health of workers. As reps, we need to be escalating and holding employers and enforcers to account. Above all, we must increase our unity with our sister unions across the UK and internationally. The pandemic has shown clearly that we live in a small world, that it is interconnected and that it can easily become destabilised and dangerous. And we need to join together to recruit and organise. It has been the collective action of trade unions that have protected workers and not the benevolence of employers. Final slide, please. Today on Workers' Memorial Day, we will remember all those workers who have died. Some of their names we will know, and the majority have died unnecessarily because their employers have failed to control the risks to their health. It must be a fundamental right to have safe and healthy work. And post-COVID, we must campaign and fight to ensure workers are never again used as collateral damage to profits, never referred to as body bags piling up. Everyone is someone's loved one, and everyone is someone special. We will today and every day remember the dead and pledge to fight like hell for the living. Thank you.
Janet, thank you so much for that very detailed presentation. And we will take questions at the end. So moving on to our final presentation of the afternoon. And I'd like to welcome Brian McAnoy, who many of you will know because he is the ICTU tutor and would take many of the health and safety classes that the union promotes. So I'm going to hand over to you, Brian.
Okay, Margaret, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, we can hear you.
That's okay. I'm going to clear my throat here, Margaret. Thanks very much for that introduction. And I would like to thank the other panel members for what were really all spot on contributions. I have an acquaintance with most of the NIPSA people for years as a rep or an active trade unionist myself, and that early as a trade union tutor. So I'm not going to go, I haven't thankfully any slides for you. You'll be delighted to know, as that's an area of technical expertise above my pay grade. I am chalk and talk person, so I'm going to do that, but everything that I say and all the points that I relate to are available to you or will be available to you. I've already talked to Geraldine about this, and a lot of these have been mentioned, and some of them, of course, you'll be very familiar with, so I don't want to patronize anybody, nor do I want to cut across what's already been said, which has been very valuable. But I think maybe the area I want to concentrate on is this interface between the role of the rep and the role of the competent person, and the who carries out the risk assessments and the role of the rep in doing so. So it might be useful just for maybe 5 minutes or so to just outline some of the points that I'm going to make, because sometimes even when I'm doing this in class, there is an overlap where people are confused as to what the responsibilities are. So hopefully at the end of this, I'll make this clear. They're two distinct areas we're talking about here, but they both interlock. Okay. We've already referred to the management rags and the six-pack. Mark and Nicola and others have referred to that. Crucially important piece of information. It's something that, of course, is embedded in legislation now for this best part of 30 odd years. And without reading it all out to you, obviously we don't need to do that. All of this is available, but the three bits of it that I think are, well, all of it's important, but the three significant bits, the management rags, is the first one is this question of suitable and sufficient risk assessments. Now that's a catch-all, the general one that covers all workplaces, all sectors. And although it wasn't, as people have already said, written with COVID or pandemics in mind, it's still applicable to them. That's the first one. And that's the responsibility of the employer. Regulation 7 then talks about the appointment of competent persons. And those competent persons are usually from in the workforce, who know, they understand the hazards and risks, understand the workforce, and have also some training in the application of risk assessment. And then another one is Regulation 11, which is information for employees. Employees now, in this crucial sense, Mark's already related to the argument that the Independent Workers Group took about the role of employees and workers in PPE. Here we're talking about information for everyone, not just employees. So anybody that's affected by the work process, including temporaries, agency staff, should be covered by this. That information can't make a caste-like distinction between those who are full-time employees and those people who are precarious. Those are three of the core bits. And the key responsibility there is with the employer. Now, if I was doing a sort of a dividing graph here, I would down one side, I would have the management rags, which are compulsory, right? They're not opt-out. They are responsible for carrying out risk assessments. They have to appoint competent persons. They have to provide information which is comprehensible to the people that are involved. So if people haven't got English as his first language, I've taken people recently from the from food preparation in White Park. Very few would have English as a first language. So comprehensible information has to be comprehensible to the people that are receiving it, and it has to be made comprehensible to those people. That's the crucial thing. So those are compulsory elements in what employers must do, and there shouldn't be any overlap here. We shouldn't. The competent persons aren't appointed by anybody other than the employers. The union don't have a role in the appointment of competent persons, or they shouldn't have. Then if we go down to the other side of the graph, we could look at the role of the safety rep then, under the safety reps and safety committee regulations. Now you'll be very, very familiar with this, so again, I don't want to be patronizing, but if you haven't got a copy in front of you, it doesn't matter. These are all available. This sets out the rights of the safety rep, okay? This sets out the rights of the safety rep and safety committees. And indeed, when this is coming up to the 50th anniversary of the Robbins report, which was the establishment really of the Health and Safety at Work Act and Order. And that was premised on this corporate notion that employees and workers had a vital role to play in the establishment of safe workplaces. And it was based to some extent on what had happened. Robbins was the chair of the National Coal Board, and he was responsible for a dreadful industry in terms of health and safety records, but they had a well-established means of dealing with this, and a crucial role for safety reps or equivalents in the mines. And indeed, at one point, there was during the deliberations on it, there was the notion that reps would have the right to stop the job. Again, back to what Mark said about strike action and stuff like that. And the employers took sort of cold feet at that and immediately protested. So reps didn't have a positive right to stop the job. They had this sort of negative right not to work in unsafe conditions. And that's part of this interplay between these two things. So that's one of the reasons why we've got this ambiguity. And of course, my view is very old-fashioned trade union view is if the job's unsafe, you don't work. And I don't ask the health and safety executive or my boss, is it all right to do this? This is just something that shouldn't be controversial. And it's something that has become controversial, but it shouldn't be. So we've got this on the one hand, the employer's duty to do all these things, right, through the management regs and also associated pieces of legislation, and also the management of health and safety, or sorry, the workplace regs, which set established standards, including one that Janet talked about in terms of ventilation, a crucial part of risk assessment, part of that. But I'm concentrating on the management regs. So you have that. Then you have the rights of the safety rep is enshrined in law under the safety reps and safety committee regs, which is a familiar document. And let's just look at some of the major things that reps can do. They can investigate potential hazards. Now that obviously applies with spades to COVID. Complaints by employees, not narrow employees, by workers, anybody affected. Make representations, carry out inspections, COVID-related inspections, I would argue, liaise with inspectors, although, again, I would share Janet's view that the inspectorate have been remiss in dealing with any of things as far as I can see in terms of taking up these complaints. But that is part of what they're supposed to be doing. And then set up safety committees, and also to receive information from the employers in terms of, in our circumstances, COVID. So if we look down that list of things and then look down the other list of things done by the employer, the first thing is ours are voluntary, okay? So if an inspector comes into the workplace, he might liaise with the safety rep, but they won't ask, or they wouldn't necessarily ask for copies of inspections or anything to have, because if reps don't do inspections, then they don't suffer any penalty for doing so. It's an entirely voluntary act, and we'll have to recognize this. On the other hand, risk assessment has been pointed out is not a voluntary act. It's a compulsory and ongoing act, and the employer and the competent persons they employ are responsible for that. So sometimes there is this confusion: inspections, risk assessment. So let's run through it. Inspections are those voluntary duties which reps take out in their own time or in working time to carry out those tasks as a safety rep. And they are entitled to time off and facilities for doing so. On the other side, then we have the situation where it's the employer largely entirely responsible for the question of risk assessments. And I think it's at this interface where I get confusion from reps. Bear this back in mind: the risk assessment is the employer's compulsory legal duty, including providing information, and the inspections are the role of reps. Is there an overlap between the two, and how should reps engage with employers? That's the crucial thing. How do reps engage with employers, or get employers to engage with them when they're carrying or not carrying out risk assessments, and what's their role? And we can have that maybe as part of any panel discussion. I'd be happy to listen to questions on that. But I've tried, maybe imperfectly, I think, because I was teaching this morning and I'm hot off another 10-day course. So I'm happy to take any questions on that. But I'm just trying to look at those two separate, not conflicting, but overlapping pieces of legislation: the rights of safety reps and inspections, the legal requirements on employers to carry out risk assessments. And I think maybe I'll stop at that point, Margaret, because I'm anxious, as I say, if anybody has problems or issues attached to these and needs clarification, I'm happy to try to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. Okay, so the main theme, I suppose, that has went through this afternoon has been what your employer's duty is to you as an employee, the absolute duty on them to complete suitable and sufficient risk assessments, the fact that they should share the suitable and sufficient risk assessments with their staff, and that they should be reviewed on a regular basis. And I think this is something, probably the most important thing that we need to take home from this, that the fact that they're actually sharing it with all the staff in any location.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to open up the floor to questions, I see there's two here already. Helena McSherry and Roger Clifford, if you want to come in and then advise who you want to issue your question to. Okay, Helena, you first. You're on mute.
Hello, can anyone see me?
Roger?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my camera on, but I can't see it. It doesn't seem to want to come on. There are we
Yeah,
there.
you're a bit
All
dark
right.
on.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, Roger, who would you like?
No.
Go ahead.
Well, it's really just anybody who maybe wants to take it up. I was just wondering what the panel's opinion has been of the actual response from bodies like the Health and Safety Executive, and as I work in education, the Department of Education Inspectorate. Because what sort of came to mind to me was at the very start, the Education Inspectorate cancelled all their visits to schools because they were deemed unsafe, you know, but then sort of were very quick to start saying about how safe schools were for the rest of the staff to be going into, and also the fact that the head of the Health and Safety Executive was sort of humming and hawing whether an outbreak of COVID in a workplace was deemed a sort of a serious incident, you know. So I was just wondering what their ideas or what their thoughts of the responses on that.
Thank you, Roger.
Margaret, if I could proffer just a view on it. I mean, I think my experience has been that many organizations in the public and the private sector have really been playing this by ear, and you know, I've seen the full remit of this of approaches in terms of shut down, send everybody home, try to get people to work from home as you know, as soon as reasonably practicable, and in others having to wait until their hand was essentially forced because there was somebody who has, you know, was symptomatic, and that sort of rang the alarm bells. There hasn't been any degree of consistency of approach with regard to it. I think employers have had very much an individual approach to it, and a lot of that will be because they cite the various fact sensitivities with regard to the type of work that they do. So the approach that you see in retail compared to the approach you see in food processing compared to the approach you see in the public sector has varied across the piece. And I think a lot of people were just winging it for a while, and that's no disrespect to them. I think it's just they didn't know what way to handle it, and there wasn't a one size fits all approach to it. And I certainly know that various bodies have been subject to a lot of criticism about how late in the day they came to, you know, their approach, because mixed messaging around public health announcements. You know, the furlough scheme is a prime example. I mean, it used to change on a Friday night. For like 12 weeks in a row, there was a new Treasury statement made about furlough. It was an absolute, you know, from a consistency approach, it was a dog's dinner. But that, I'm not necessarily think that's anybody's fault.
Yep. All right, Janet, go ahead.
Well, I think there is a big problem with what's happened with some of the official organisations, and certainly the HSC. I think they took a back step. I think it was deliberate. I think they've been dictated by governments, by politicians. Health and safety law hasn't changed throughout the pandemic.
Yep.
Still operating under the same health and safety law. And when you look at the risks, they should have been more. They should have been stronger in the way that those were approached, and employers should have been forced to make sure that they were complying with the legislation as it stands. I mean, one of the troubles was that government early on issued guidance that was weaker than health and safety law, and that confused the whole issue. But I think they've fundamentally put people at risk. And you know, the HSC in the UK locked down. They locked down when workers were being sent to work, weren't sent out to continuing working. So they were put at risk, but they didn't put themselves at risk. And then what they've done in England is that the money that they got from the government, they've invested it in debt collectors. So debt collectors have been trained, minimal training, to understand what health and safety is. And they've been taking calls over the phone. So it's a set up a call centre. How do you inspect by a telephone? You don't. And so, you know, that's put people at risk. and the fact that they then sent some of these debt collectors without the knowledge, without the experience, in to do spot checks with cameras on them. Now, there's a massive failing in the way that the HSC across here has been operating, and I think that's matched across. I think, you know, they've taken a backseat to public health, and we feel that it's absolutely central in workplace health and safety what's happening, and you know, the workplace outbreaks have not been investigated properly, you know, as looking at it from a health and safety perspective.
Sorry, could I come in, Margaret?
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I would just entirely share Janet's views on the matter. I mean, the fact that the inspector felt that workplaces were too safe for them to visit, but safe enough to work in, is an absurdity which is self-evident. And the other thing is, the most recent news that I saw on it, there hasn't been a single prohibition or improvement notice issued. And I find that astonishing, that given that there's some of these have been multiple breaches, there's a union, PCS, are currently in dispute with DVLA in Swansea about mass outbreaks. So we're not talking about, I appreciate, by the way, the complexities of this. I mean, I don't think it's easy, even if you had a benevolent and worker or employer, but these aren't benevolent employers. This is just ordinary applying normal standards of risk assessment, and where you have multiple instances of people getting it and the employer carrying on doing what they're doing, it's clearly a failure. And the failure of the executive to move in, the health and safety executive, is part of that. And of course, they've been cut back on inspections, cut back on the numbers of inspectors, and a general non-application of the law over several decades. So that adds up to a picture where they weren't in a position to enforce it. And I mean, this is why I went back to what I said originally. Would I risk my life working in a workplace where I felt like the DVLA, that I was going to be in imminent danger, or depend on the inspector to come in and tell me it was all right? No, I'm afraid I'm going to trust my own judgment and the judgment of my union on that. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
And I wonder, Margaret, can I finish off just with a personal statement from myself? I come from a background, I have a lot of different hats with what we're discussing here today. I have 2 young kids in primary school. I am self-employed with a very small business, which is just myself. So from the COVID viewpoint, you know, I didn't qualify for furlough to relate to any significant amount of compensation if I didn't work. But as well as that, I didn't even know if the people that I would the businesses I would work for would still need me during the pandemic, because there were being cuts made across the board. Luckily I was able to stay and work. In relation to the school, there was so little information, and not just for education, but there was so little information coming through across the board, because basically nobody did know, and the bodies that make decisions didn't know. Today, I'm obviously representing the Northern Ireland Safety Group. We had to make a big decision back in March last year and stop our March meeting that normally would be a meeting where we all would get together. There's a presentation, and you know, we all learn as safety professionals. We all learn from each other, and it's networking and communication that actually spreads the word of how health and safety should actually, you know, progress across the country. And that was the biggest impact for us, was that basically all of that stopped. So what we decided to do was go down the virtual route, and that was again difficult because nobody had any experience. We are made up of voluntary member organisations, so the committee is voluntary, and we had to basically go ahead and decide we're going to move our meetings from the actual meeting to the virtual meeting. But what we did was we went to our members and our contacts, and we asked for best practice. We asked people to tell us what they were doing, and they then shared that with attendees online, and there's an awful lot of that information is now available on the Northern Ireland Safety Group website in the form of podcasts. So for people out there who need information, it's a really good place to go and find actual information as to how people in various employment scenarios, and to be fair, we represent all industry in Northern Ireland and all employers, whether it's public sector, private sector. We have members from all of those, but I learned so much myself, and I've been doing health and safety, working in health and safety for 30 years, and we had to ask for that help because there just wasn't information out there, and it really made a big difference.
Thank you, Nicola.
Hello.
Roger, you're on mute.
No, I had nothing more to say. That was grand. I just thanks very much for all the answers.
Thank you very much for posing the question.
That's me done.
Okay,
Yeah,
Helena?
thank you.
Thank you. Helena, are you there? Right, I don't know whether Helena's lost her connection there. Okay, we'll move on. John, you wanted to ask a question?
Thanks, Chair. It's in relation to travel, and I suppose I'll ask Janet this question. As lockdown eases and people feel deserving of a holiday and they're prepared to travel to other countries across Europe, I'm not sure which ones are in the green, amber, or red lists, but is there a certain amount of selfishness there, or has COVID much more under control that there should be less of a fear? And then does that apply then to people coming back into the workplace because traveling's opening up?
Don't answer that, Margaret. Yeah, well, we've been working with the Zero COVID campaign across here to try and look at, the sort of responsibilities on government as well within this, and the need to reduce the transmission risks across our communities. I mean, I think we're far too early to be doing any of that at the moment. We're not in a position where we still don't know the effects of the vaccine, and the various strains of the virus and how that's going to impact on people. We're still not in a position where everybody's vaccinated, and it might be a need for children to be vaccinated, because as it becomes more, as the variants circulate, they become more deadly, more transmissible, and to younger and healthier people that have not been vaccinated. We are miles too early to be starting to move forward. We need to take massive precautions at this point in time, because you can see, I mean, the NHS in England are looking at the next wave now. They're preparing for the next wave. They know it's coming. We know with schools going back, and and schools and colleges and universities not taking the precautions that they need, then that's circulating around them, and how that's going to impact, and how variants are coming into the country, how that's going to impact, we don't know at the moment. I think it's far too early to be doing any of that. And I wouldn't say it's selfish. People are where they're at, and people are fed up, aren't they? And they want to just move society forward. They want to go back into workplaces and do all the things that they did before. But we are not in that position now. Not yet. Hopefully we will be soon. But I think it's going to take us to next year before we're in a position where we can say that, there's some normality. And it's not just about abroad, it's about, traveling within the country, across the country, and people, coming into the country as well.
Thanks, Janet.
Anybody else want to come in on that? No? Okay, John, thank you very much for the question. Can you bring the next two speakers in? Thanks. Can you bring Frank in? Because Frank has been waiting.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's Michael here. You hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was interested to hear what Mark had to say about the whole issue to do with long COVID, and hopefully after 12 months or so, at some point, long COVID will be treated so you sort of under DDA, and there'll be a bit of protection there. But right now, there is no protection there from what I understand. And my concern is, say at the council that I'm in, you've all these trigger points if you're off work. And I do know that some staff are very, very sort of apprehensive about, I'm going to hit these sort of trigger points, I could lose my job, and they're highly stressed. So that's to do with long COVID. And the other issue is to do with staff who, because in the NHS here, can't actually treat them at the present time. If they're bad hips, bad knees, and they're in jobs in the front line, you know what, they actually can't do their job anymore. Some of them come into work, and you know what, they shouldn't be at work. And some of them I know now have just had to go off work, you know, because they actually can no longer work, dodgy knees and hips again. So they perhaps will be caught up with trigger points, potentially sort of the fear of me losing their jobs. You know, it's a scary time for people with long COVID, and it's a scary time for staff who need healthcare but actually can't access the healthcare. So what do we do about all of this? Thanks, panel.
Yeah, Michael, it's a point well made. I think long COVID is it's very new, and any things that I've read about long COVID, some people are comparing it to COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, and other people are comparing the symptoms something more akin to ME or fibromyalgia, and the range of symptoms seem to last anywhere from 4 weeks right the way through to, you know, now knocking on the door of perhaps a year and more. And I think, you know, it would be a pretty heartless employer who would say, well, look, you've only suffered these conditions for 8 months. You've another 4 to go before we'll treat this as a condition, you know, a physical impairment that has a long-term substantial impact on your ability to carry out your day-to-day activities. That would be a pretty heartless employer in that regard. You know, there needs to be a degree of reasonableness here to say, look, based on the assessment of the medical opinion is that this is likely to be foreseeably continuing in that regard, and you'll move into that realm. And then employers need to be very careful, obviously, about putting in, you know, absence triggers when someone has a disability or soon to be categorized lawfully as a disability. They must make those reasonable adjustments to their absence management policies, and that's well tested in case law for many years now. You know, I think it's a point well made. It's a developing picture, but it would be a pretty heartless employer who would take you haven't reached the trigger of 12 months, so therefore we're just treating this as a run-of-the-mill condition. You know, I think the picture is starting to emerge. There's more and more. As I said, the Office of National Statistics has the figures are around, you know, nearly 1 million people suffering from these, and it ranges from like COPD type symptoms right the way through to ME and fibromyalgia. So, you know, it would be a very risky strategy. I would suggest an employer says, you know, we're just going to treat this like a flu or some sort of chest infection or whatever, because, you know, in 12 months' time, we'll be able to look back and say there's a very clear picture here. There's a news article, I think last night on one of the BBC channels, it might have been on BBC, where 3 people, like a fitness instructor and a keen mountain walker, whether these people, their lives have changed irreparably. They cannot, you know, they cannot do anything without having to lie down in a darkened room for hours after they do the most menial of tasks. You know, so I think you need to look at the legislation and look in the context of what it says. It's your ability to carry out your day-to-day activities. That's not necessarily doing your work activities. That could be opening a door, brushing your hair, turning on a tap. You know, so I think it needs to. You need to take a broader picture view on it, Michael. That's my personal view.
Margaret, maybe can I come in a bit?
Go ahead.
I mean, just generally speaking about these trigger points, I've always had a difficulty with this being like mandatory sentencing type of approach, where you hit this irrespective of the circumstances. Now, embedded within all these, and I don't support this notion of this close monitoring of sickness absence, irrespective of the background. There has to be a case-by-case review of these. In other words, if something exceptional happens to somebody, irrespective of whether, what benefit would it be to say, well, 6 months ago you had the cold, now you have COVID, but you know, you're back to work anyway. So even within the limitations of the existing agreements, if you're representing somebody in a face-to-face, that notion that all of the factors have to be triggered in, all the circumstances have to be triggered in. And if COVID isn't the set of circumstances, which is exceptional, then, well, what is? What is?
Yeah.
Can I add in here as well, Margaret? I'm speaking in agreement with the last two speakers. Long COVID is going to have to be a recognised illness that employers take very seriously. From a personal view, I ended up with COVID just after Christmas from family members having it. We all ended up getting it at Christmas time after months of working safely in the workplace. And we all, even with COVID itself, we all had completely different symptoms. My symptoms did not actually match those on the list. Required to get a test. I basically had to tell a lie to get a COVID test. Once I found out that my dad and mum had been diagnosed with COVID, I knew that that's what I had. But my symptoms for COVID actually kicked in a week after I took ill. The symptoms are so varied. 5 members of our family, the adults, got COVID, all different symptoms. 2 children under 10 who didn't get any symptoms at all, who had to have had it because we were all in the one household. And then coming out of that, my doctor basically told me, oh, you might be ill for 16 weeks, 12 to 16 weeks. And it was basically the end of February before I was actually physically feeling okay again. And, you know, I'm a reasonably healthy individual. Long COVID is going to be here for as long as COVID is here. And there are people who are going to be affected with it for the rest of their lives. And as Mark was saying, it's not just being able to work, it's actually being able to do normal day-to-day activities that's going to be a problem for many of those people. And one day they might be fine, the next day they're not. And it definitely is going to have to be treated by employers as a recognisable disease along the lines that Mark was mentioning.
Okay, Michael. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Okay. Frank?
Can you hear me okay, Margaret?
Yes, Tara, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, unfortunately, I missed this morning's due to other commitments, but I found this afternoon's very interesting, and I suppose we could spend all day talking about health and safety and where we are. I'd just like to make a few points then of a question. I think Nicola mentioned her about working safely with COVID. I think this is the first thing we've got to change this language. There's no such thing as working safely with COVID. You can't be safe with what you can't see, taste, or smell. So, you know, there's just no way you can be safe. It helps if you're at home and you're sheltered and all the rest of it, but you know, it's something that's out there. It'll strike without anyone being able to do much about it other than staying away from people as best they can. But there's many areas here I'm interested in. One area is the concept of reporting. Janet touched upon the British Health and Safety Executive. I got locked out with difficulties. I'm not sure what, if anything, she mentioned about Northern Ireland, but the Northern Ireland Health and Safety Executive is invisible as the British Health and Safety Executive. And I'm not aware they've properly inspected or prosecuted anybody. An inspection requires them to go on site. It's like risk assessments. I mean, managers tell me I can risk assess sitting in my house. You can't do it. You've got to go into the building and risk assess. So my question is, where are we with getting employers to report incidents of COVID in the workplace? I would ask that question. And then the other issue is the issue of working from home. I mean, the legislation is quite clear. Domestic premises are not covered under the health and safety legislation for working from home. So where do we who fortunately or unfortunately are at home, where's all the liability? I mean, our employers won't even pay for heating. I'm sitting with a coat on because I can't afford to heat this house day in and day out. They won't pay for heating, lighting, or broadbands. So what are our rights? And how do we get this health and safety executive to do the job that they're employed to do, which is to inspect workplaces? And then how do you get your home inspected? Because our employers refusing to do it. As Janet said, the law hasn't changed. I have that in writing from the Chief Executive of the Health and Safety Executive. So I would like to hear the panel's views on how do we get particularly the Health and Safety Executive to do the job they're employed to do? Or do we campaign for them to be replaced by an organisation that will do the job they're employed to do?
Sorry, go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're on the fight of our lives. I think for the health and safety executives across the UK to make sure that they are doing the job that they should be doing. You know, that they are enforcing. The trouble is, when you look at the head of HSC in the UK, it's an ex-politician. You know, and they are not. You know, they're not on our side. They're not there as independent brokers. They're there on behalf of business. I think. You know, I think we've lost the HSCs. And we have to put as much pressure as we can to campaign for a change. You know, we're on 50 years of after Robin, and you know, this is a time for change. And I don't know if you're involved with the Institute of Employment Rights at all. You've seen what they're doing, and we're re-looking at the whole health and safety legislation, the law, the enforcement, to try and see how we hold them to account and we actually force them to do the job that they should be doing. Because it isn't satisfactory that they haven't inspected. It isn't satisfactory that even before the pandemic, you know, our employers were only likely to get inspected once every 275 years. And most of the workplaces were never going to get inspected. And some of the workplaces that are actually, you know, have lost lives in the pandemic were classed as low risk places where they were never going to be inspected, you know. And so we need to look at all that and to put pressure on our governments to make sure that they are doing a better job and a job on behalf of workers. You know, and I think, just at HSE Northern Ireland, we're better than in England. At least at the beginning, they actually wrote out and said, tell us if you've got any concerns, any problems, any issues, you know, tell us. Actually in England, they said to workers, don't tell us. You can only report, you can only get us involved if it's absolutely proven that it's workplace related, and that's a massive problem for workers.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right, I have one question here that has been put in the chat before. And the question is basically around the workplace use of the lateral flow testing and workplace testing as a mitigating spread for workers. Have any of the panelists any comments on it? Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would just say that, you know, our view is that lateral flow tests are a red light and not a green light. So they are a mitigation in our workplaces. If you test positive, then, you know, some workplaces, some employers are saying you go for another test in a PCR test, but it means that you don't go into work, you isolate. But if you don't test positive, then that doesn't mean to say you're not infectious. You can't infect other people. So it's an indication, and we should use it as a mitigation, still keep in place all the other things, improved ventilation, distancing, etc. But and also we should treat vaccinated people the same. At this point in time, we cannot guarantee that they are not going to be infected or infecting other people. So it's another mitigation is how we should class it.
I'll just come in there and say I agree completely with Janet. And the other thing that can be taken into account is the temperature scanning along with lateral flow testing. But for example, on one of the sites that I would be, the construction sites I'd be working on, that would all be taken into account. But also every single person coming to the site has to go through a COVID induction online before they actually come, and within that then they're basically signing up that they must also be open and honest about if they have any symptoms, not coming to work. They must not come to work, and it's very, very important. It's a situation where you are relying on each individual, and the lateral flow test will not give you 100% definite answer, and everybody needs to be aware of that, but it is another mitigating measure. So it's another way of getting a workforce operational to some extent. We're still ensuring 2-meter distancing and mask use at all times on this site.
Yeah, I'd just like to touch a bit on what Janet was saying there, that and it has become evident that even people who have had the vaccine can actually still contract the vaccine and carry it. So it doesn't, just because you've had the vaccine may mean that you may not get the serious symptoms of COVID, but it doesn't mean that you can't actually carry it about and spread it to other people. Okay, I'd like to thank very much all the panelists. Unfortunately, we have no more time left for questions for the day, but people have been putting questions in, and if we do need any responses, I hope you'll be happy enough to take them. Okay, but thank you very much for your input into our conference today. You've been very welcome. And to all the people who posed questions, I'd like to call on Geraldine. Geraldine, can you come and announce the results of the Health and Safety Committee, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson delegates, Geraldine Alexander, appoint the scrutineer to declare the results in the election for the remaining 9 seats on the Health and Safety Committee. Delegates, in addition to the 7 candidates already declared elected earlier, I can declare the following candidates elected: Brendan Callum, Francis Dooley, Lorraine Horton, Margaret Loughran, Virgil McCann, Damien McGlory, Marty McKee, Gerard McLaughlin, and Gerard McLarnon. Thank you, Chairperson.
Geraldine, thank you very much for that, and I'd like to congratulate all those candidates who were elected here at today's conference, and for your participation throughout the conference. And I'd like to hand over to Brian Smith, the NIPSA President, to close conference. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Margaret. It has been an important day, an International Workers' Memorial Day, a very befitting time for you to have your conference. Can I first of all pay tribute to you for your fantastic chairing today? And like you, I couldn't get my background sorted out, so we couldn't get the health and safety logo. Our trust model is in, but it's fascinating to see what people have behind them. I think, honestly, folks,
my computer wasn't conducive with it. I looked like I was in the middle of the screen.
Others may have looked like that too, Margaret, but chose to do it anyway, so fair play to them. I think you would genuinely be the envy of anybody today with the panel that you were able to pull together. And I know Geraldine Alexander works tirelessly in the background, as do others, to make these things happen. But to have a minister leading the minute silence this morning is definitely not something that a lot of people can boast about. I think it was a really interesting day. Now, I had to nip out to do something and come back in again. I'm really sorry that I missed parts, but I was able to focus largely on the latter part of the day. I've heard some of the speakers before. I've heard Janet talking before. Obviously, Mr. McEnroe, anybody that doesn't know him and his authority is missing out in life. And I think some of the questions that people posed were really, really interesting and are challenging. I do wish the new committee that's just elected, congratulations, and I wish you well in your endeavours. I honestly believe in the tenure of the last conversation, COVID isn't going to go away. Long COVID isn't going to go away. And almost I was thinking during the day, it might be useful to have this panel on tap somewhere, because I know there's going to be repeated questions, and we need to figure out some way as a trades union to try and get those questions answered in a timely fashion, because I know certainly in health, education, and the PO side and the civil service side, there's new things coming up every day. I really did enjoy the afternoon. I think Janet summed it up and said, when we're talking about Frank's question in terms of the absence of the health and safety executive, that we're in a fight for our life. And that's something I think we need to take away back. It'll obviously come up in conference in a few weeks' time. And I think somehow we're going to have to find our way to challenge that and make them visible and make them accountable, because far too many workers are going to suffer, have suffered, and are very likely to continue to suffer in the coming weeks and months. But congratulations on a fantastic day, a hugely successful day. And it's no a measure of, it's no mistake that ran out of time, because you could go on and talk about it for days and days. This is your time, folks. Health and safety has always been a very, very important factor, but now it's a time to shine, put it up to the employers, protect our members, grow our union, and I wish you all the very best. And from a NIPSA perspective, I, on behalf of the General Council, will say we will support any resources or anything we can do to help that fight. So good luck, and thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you this afternoon. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so just to close off conference, I would just like to say the members and the reps on the ground have done an amazing job in this entire year. They have rose to every challenge that has been put before them, and I think you should give yourselves all a virtual round of applause for the work that you have done. Okay, we hope that this committee can continue to support you for now and in the future, and hope to see you all here again next year and maybe more. Okay, thank you all very much for attending this conference, and I hope that you got out of it what you needed to carry on with your duties. Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye, all our panelists.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
See you all. Take care.
Cheerio.